Joe Biden. We just don't like Trump. But they're really doing that.
That's a good point. And I think if the economy does manage to show some signs of resurgence. First of all, George, pleasure to meet you.
Joe, great to talk to you. Great to see you in person.
Great to see you too. And Jeremy, good to see you again, my friend.
Hey, Joe, good to see you, man.
This is we're doing this often. This is becoming a thing. George, I think that you're probably like one of the most important figures when it comes to journalism and UFOs. And when you broke the Bob Lazar story, is that 89? When was that?
1989.
1989, I remember reading about it. I remember hearing about it. I remember watching clips on television and watching countless Bob Lazar interviews. It all came out of you. I mean, did you think at that time, I mean, what was your thoughts about UFOs before you had met Bob Lazar, and how much did it change while you got to know him and hear his story?
It changed quite a bit. I had not really given it much thought at all. Probably the same level of curiosity as most people. You go about your life, you pay your bills, you go to work, you love your family, and it's always out there somewhere. Hey, I wonder what the deal is on that.
Right.
But had not really dwelled on it until it was a day in 1987. Into the studio comes a guy named John Lear. And I had heard sort of a little bit about him. His family was famous. His dad developed the Lear jet, the 8-track tape. John had run for the state Senate, and he had a certain amount of credibility with our news organization, KLAS-TV, because he had helped us break a really big story. And the story was the stealth fighter, the F-117. He had told my boss, Ned Day, managing editor, about this amazing plane that was invisible to radar flying up in Tonopah in Area 51. We had an interest in Area 51, not UFO related, but Ned broke that story. It went national. So John Lear comes into the station one day with a stack of what turned out to be UFO documents. He plops them on Ned's desk and says, Ned, this is going to be the next biggest story, the biggest story in history. It's a UFO cover-up. Aliens are here. Technology's been recovered. Ned takes a look at it and says, I'm not doing this story. If it was true, I'd already know about it. This is crazy. Well, I'm eavesdropping, as I tend to do. I'm a curious person. So as he's going out, I said, Lear, let me take a look at this material. And I looked at it. I thought, well, this is kind of interesting. At the time, I was producing and hosting this little public affairs show, 30-minute interview show. It would air Sunday morning at 6 o'clock. Nobody watches it. It would be interviewing a city councilman, a county commissioner. What the heck? I'll put Lear on there. And I let him go. And he told me this big scenario about secret treaties with aliens and recovered technology and a giant cover-up. Some of the information sounded outrageous. Some of it seemed like it would be worth checking out. Suddenly, the phone starts ringing off the hook. I'm getting calls about people that, who was that guy? What was the deal on that UFO stuff? Is it real? I had him on again. 6 months later, the response was bigger. I had him on a third time with a guy named Bill Cooper. I regret that. And he told him an even more elaborate conspiracy.
He's the Behold the Pale Horse guy?
Yes.
Yeah, I read that book, and halfway through I was like, what in the fuck is this?
Yeah. He tied in the JFK assassination. And,
everything. Bases on the moon. Aliens are there right now.
He had this scenario where he had seen these documents when he was in the Navy, and he's going to tell the world about it, then he's going to go away. Well, every time he told the story, the documents got bigger and bigger, and anybody who criticized Bill Cooper became part of the secret government, including me. So we do this third show with Lear, and he hints that he knows a guy who might be going to work out at Area 51 and knows something about alien technology. That guy turns out to be Bob Lazar, but Lear didn't give me the name at that time. A couple months later, I am anchoring the 5 o'clock news on KLAS, and we have a nightly or evening interview segment, 5-minute segment, live interview. Our guest doesn't show up, and we're scrambling to find somebody to fill that hole. And I thought about Lear. So I called him up, not knowing what had been going on in Lazar's life or Lear's life. And I said, hey, is your that UFO guy you told me about, is he around? Would he do an interview? Just turned out that Bob had been through the ringer. A lot of stuff going on in his life. He felt threatened. And he said yes. We had to black out his face. We do this interview, and he spills the basics of the story. I worked out there at a place called S4. I saw 9 flying saucers in an underground base. This is technology that came from somewhere else. I'm in fear for my life. Holy cow, the phones start ringing off the hook. My news director comes rushing in, the station manager. Is that for real? What's the deal on that? And we realized we had touched the pulse of the public in a way that I didn't really understand. We arranged to go meet Bob Lazar, my news director, Bob Stodall, and I, that following weekend. and put him through paces where we would ask him questions about his background and how he got the job. And we spent a couple hours with him, and we walked out of that meeting thinking, holy shit, what if this is true? This is really risky for us as journalists. It's risky for our personal reputations if it blows up in our faces and we do this story, and it would really damage the reputation of our news organization, which is KLAS is a jewel. It's always been a leader in Las Vegas, one of the best TV news operations in the country. We're putting a lot on the line. Well, look, we decide, let's take our time. Let's look into this guy's story. And then in order to understand Lazar, we'd have to look at the bigger picture of UFOs. So I started a cram course on ufology, and I read everything. And I spent 8 months cramming for a final exam that never happened. I read everything. I interviewed people. That same year, MUFON had its international symposium in Las Vegas, and there all the world's UFO people came right to me. I got to interview them, traveled around, went to Los Alamos. Lazar took us into the lab. We took cameras in there. He walked us around, waving to people. We didn't even have to stop for security. Took us into the lab like it was a rabbit going through its own burrow. He knew his way around. We were allowed to take a camera in there. We put those stories together, put them on the air in November, and man, it just went through the roof. Every night of this 9-part series, people got the audience got bigger, phones ringing off the hook, people calling, giving us information. Suddenly, it's on something called Paranet, which was sort of a precursor to the internet, and it was huge. And it changed my life for sure. I had no idea that there were so many people out there interested in the topic, and I was hooked. And I really got hooked on Lazar, not only because his story. Personally, I was interested in him. We became friends. I saw what happened to him after that live interview, and in the 7.5 months before we went and I revealed his identity, people were really messing with him. I mean, you cannot convey what it was like, how weird it was then, breaking into his house, leaving the windows open, messing with things in his home, breaking into his car, leaving the doors and windows down, just messing.
We are brought to you by Athletic Greens. One tasty scoop of Athletic Greens contains 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients, including a multivitamin, multimineral, probiotic, green superfood blend, and more. Each ingredient is carefully selected to work together to fill the nutritional gaps in your diet, boost your energy, recovery, and focus. It aids in digestion. It supports a healthy immune system, all without the need to take multiple products. Athletic Greens continues to obsessively dial in this one holistic formula based on the latest research, producing 53 iterations over the last decade and counting. It's NSF certified, meaning they invest in the most absorbable and natural source of ingredients and go above and beyond in third-party testing to ensure their customers continue to receive the highest quality and the best daily nutritional habit on the planet. It's lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, gluten-free, and it contains less than 1 gram of sugar without compromising on taste. And right now, Athletic Greens is doubling down on supporting your immune system during the winter months. And they are offering the audience of this podcast a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. If you visit my link today, you're basically going to be given a vitamin D supply for a whole year. One thing I always supplement with, and particularly right now, is vitamin D. A lot of health experts are noting the importance of vitamin D, and more studies are surfacing around its direct impact on supporting the immune system. Athletic Greens is including up to a year's supply of their vitamin D liquid dropper with your first purchase. So whether you're looking for peak performance or better health, covering your bases with Athletic Greens makes investing in your energy, immunity, and gut health each day simple, tasty, and efficient. Visit athleticgreens.com/Rogan and join healthy experts, athletes, and health-conscious go-getters like me around the world who make a daily commitment to their health every day. Again, simply visit athleticgreens.com/Rogan and get your free year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs today. We're brought to you by Features. To perform at your best, you need to feel your best from head to toe. Features has solely focused on engineering innovative high-performance socks for almost 20 years. They've created a sock with a custom-like fit to prevent the issues with conventional socks. No more bunching, slipping, frictions, and blisters. Multiple cushion levels from ultralight to max cushioning for unsurpassed performances. Features are engineered to help you achieve your best every day. Whether you're working out or on the go, they have targeted compression, which acts like a hug around the arch of your foot, keeping the sock in place and preventing it from bunching, slipping, or sliding down into your shoe. The anatomical design conforms with the left-right shape of your foot, creating a custom-like fit that keeps the sock in place so that you can focus on your workout. Work out harder, recover faster, get stronger, and run faster, and look great while doing it. And they have a lifetime guarantee. Features are so durable and long-lasting that if you're unsatisfied at any point, they'll give you a replacement pair. No questions asked, and it's a family-owned business. Hugh Gaither founded the company in 2002, and now he and his sons, John and Joe, own and operate the company in North Carolina, and their mission to create products that help you achieve your personal best. See why Features has become the #1 running sock in America. For listeners of the Joe Rogan Experience, you can receive $10 off your first pair of Features when you go to features.com/JRE. That's feet, like FEETURES.com/JRE. Get it? Features? Features.com/JRE for $10 off your first pair of Features. Happy New Year from our sponsor, Manscaped. Manscaped is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming, offering precision-engineered tools for your family jewels, and it's here to help you have clean balls in the new year. Ring in the new year with the right tools for the job. Their Lawnmower 3.0 is the best ball hair trimmer on the planet Earth. It's awesome. And they're here to give you a New Year's resolution that you actually want to keep. The Perfect Package 3.0 is the best below-the-waist grooming package that you're ever going to find, and you need it to start off strong this year. It's time to freshen up down under in the new year. The Crop Preserver. It's an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer. You already put deodorant on your armpits, right? I hope you do, you stinky bitch. Why are you not putting deodorant in the smelliest part of your body? I don't know if it's the smelliest part of my body because I don't smell my balls, but I'll take everybody else's word for it. And for on-the-go freshness, you'll love the Crop Reviver Ball Toner Spray. I don't know how you tone your balls, but I trust Manscaped. Start the new year fresh with a new set of testes thanks to Manscaped. The Perfect 3.0 package has a few different ways for you to smell and feel good. Speaking of smelling good, have you heard that Manscaped's got new refined cologne with the same signature scent that's in all Manscaped formulas? This cologne is a perfect complement to the collection. Think of it as your wingman for the night to keep you fresh and ready for anything. Manscaped even threw in their Shed travel bag to keep all your goodies stored comfortably. Talk about comfort. The Manscaped anti-chafing boxer briefs are also included and will bring your underwear game to the next level. Bring sexy back in 2021, kids. Get 20% off and free shipping when you go to manscaped.com/Rogan. Your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping by going to manscaped.com/Rogan. Your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping by going to manscaped.com/Rogan. That's 20% off with free shipping by going to manscaped.com/Rogan. New year, new balls.
Messing with his head.
And you think that was the government that was doing that?
Yeah, I do. I think so. And then, so I had put out a call to people, hey, I want other people to come forward.
This was before his identity was revealed.
Yeah,
we should explain
yeah,
this.
I am actively seeking information from the public. If you ever worked at Area 51 or S4, you know anything about this, you're at Nellis Air Force Base, reach out to me. So I started getting calls, and 6 people right in a row who had talked to me on the phone and offered to give me information were visited right after the call. One of them was a guy who did tax returns for people at Nellis Air Force Base, and he had got to know these guys really well and got information about crashes. There was a guy who was a golf pro at Nellis who had gone on out road trips with officers and told him about this weird stuff out at Area 51 that seemed to be from somewhere else. He gets visited and told to shut up. There was a lady who worked in the court system. A cop told me about her, and I talked to her on the phone, and she had worked at the court system, but before she had worked for a company called Holmes and Narber, which is a defense contractor. And she said she sat in as a stenographer in these meetings and heard these conversations between the government contractors and Air Force officials about crashed saucers. And they would, after the meeting, they take the tape out of the typewriter and destroy it and take all the notes. And she agreed to tell me this story. It was just a tiny piece of the story. The next day, she's visited by these two guys in suits. They tell her, look, you are still subject to your security clearance. I hope you know that. And then they said, we know you traveled to L.A. to see your daughter, and we know she comes here. It's a big desert out there. It'd be terrible if something happened to either one of you. This lady is scared shitless. She didn't make that stuff up. So 6 people who had offered to give me information on the phone, one right after another, get visited. And it made me mad. It also made me mad that dealing with, trying to fill in pieces of Bob Lazar's life. Now, I know there's some gaping holes. I know it better than anybody. I've had to deal with it for 31 years. But I always thought if he worked at Los Alamos in classified projects in a scientific or technical capacity, then it would make sense that he could get hired into a program like S4 as somebody who thinks outside the box. Despite personal shortcomings or whatever, they might bring somebody like him in to help them crack a problem that they hadn't been able to resolve themselves. So I focused on Los Alamos. I knew he had been there. I talked to people who remembered him from being there, but the lab kept telling me, no record of him. He's never here. And then I showed him, well, look, I've got the Los Alamos newspaper. It's a small town paper. There it is on the front page, a front page story. Bob Lazar, physicist, Mason facility, Los Alamos lab. It's a story about his jet car. Nope, still have no records of him. And then I found his name in the phone book from the era when he was there. He's in the lab phone book. He had been hired by a company called Kirkmeyer, which is a company that's a headhunter that fills positions at Los Alamos and places like that. So great, I'll reach out to Kirkmeyer. They said, yeah, we hired him. Yeah, we've got records. Can I get it? Can I get his employment records that would show where he went to school, whatever information you guys had? Yes. A couple weeks go by, nothing. Couple more weeks go by, I call him again, I start writing them. I've got a stack of letters that thick. It went on for 2.5 years, and finally, by the end of it, they said he was never here. We don't have any records. That pissed me off. It made me mad, and I think that is really what got me hooked in the story, is that I was being jacked around by government and national facilities like that.
We should explain the Los Alamos thing, because the Los Alamos thing coincided with him doing work at MIT, right? Is that correct?
That's how he's explained it to me. Yeah.
And
right.
The way he explained it to me, I don't think I'm at liberty to say what the project was, because the project, the way he was describing it, is essentially internationally illegal, like what they were working on. And that's one of the reasons why he was saying, he explained what the project was. It sounded very feasible, also very evil. And then it was basically a weapon. And then he said that this is the reason why there was no actual record of him studying at MIT. It wasn't important that he got a degree. It was important that he understand the technical specifications of what they were attempting to accomplish.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah.
And, it's always been the most problematic part of his background. And it's where a lot of people in the Bob Lazar story, that's where they stop.
But the thing is, when you listen to him talk and when he describes things, it's very clear he's educated.
Oh, he's a brilliant guy.
Yeah.
But I had always told him, and Bob, you're my friend. I want to have a conversation with you about these claimed degrees, because I didn't believe that he'd ever sat down. In those days, you go to a college like MIT or Caltech and get a degree. You've got to take classes in something other than science. I could not imagine Bob Lazar taking an English lit class to save his life. But he is a brilliant guy. I'll give you an example. In April, COVID thing is raging. My wife and I are staying at home. We're getting packages delivered for food and things of that sort. I'm a little worried. They didn't know about contact whether you can get it off of cardboard boxes or whatever. And I mentioned to Bob in a phone conversation, I'm thinking about buying one of these UV screener systems. He goes, wait a second, don't buy one. I think I've got the parts that I can make you one in my garage. And a week later, it arrives. This thing, he's got it in his garage, handmade, this big scanner with these UV things that works. He just whipped it up in his garage.
I'll remind you, you got the scanner. I got a laser gun.
Right.
You got a laser gun?
I did, man. It is super powerful. So it's like a handheld toy that he retrofitted with a superpower. So I'm like lighting shit on fire in my house.
So it looks like a handheld toy, but it's actually a real laser?
It's a toy with full noise, but he put a diode in there, and it's super powerful. Like it can light shit on fire. My wife hates that shit. So I got the laser gun.
You also got the flamethrower, though. Lazar made a flamethrower. This is before your buddy Elon made flamethrowers.
No comment on that. Yeah,
well,
it's a massive.
He made one. He made a flamethrower.
Massive.
Yeah, he's obviously a very intelligent man.
Yeah.
When you listen to him talk, there's no bullshitting going on. When he talks about talks about undeniable, concrete things, when it comes to science, when it comes to elements, when it comes to propulsion systems, he clearly knows what he's talking about. And the really confusing thing for people that are detractors is he really hasn't changed his story in 31 years. It really is the same story. And that's really hard to do. Even if you tell a true story, 31 years later, you get it screwed up a little bit. It's hard. Like when you're calling on 30, like if I had to remember things from 31 years ago, that's like I'm 1 year into stand-up comedy 31 years ago. I don't remember it. I barely,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you like, oh yeah, it was a Sunday night. And then my friend Greg go, actually it was Wednesday. I go, fuck yeah, you're right. It was Wednesday. Who is the host? You know, we'll have, I don't know. It's a blurry slideshow. But Bob has been remarkably consistent. The only thing that he's vacillated on, we varied a little bit, is the whether or not he saw an alien or whether or not he saw someone who was looking at something that was the size of an alien, like a small figure, like whether or not they were trying to determine how large a creature would have to be to use one of those small crafts. Because the crafts were very small in terms of like for a human being. It was more like something that was built for a child. And he walked by a window and looked inside. And in some of the earlier discussions of it, he believed that he might have seen an alien. But he was really clear that he only saw it for literally a second as he was walking by, saw something. And again, you know how the brain works in memory. You can really plant false memories. Everybody wants to pretend their memory is so good. Memories are terrible.
Well, Bob admitted from the beginning. And remember, with the first interview we did, I think it was June of '89. So it was a little after we did that live interview, but months before we went with his ID. And that was really, we recorded it in case something happened to him. He was afraid he was going to be killed. There were a lot of really weird things going on. And I was worried about it too. I wanted to get it on the record in case suddenly he disappeared. So we recorded this long interview, and always he downplays stuff like that. That's an example.
Yeah.
I saw something that was that size. I don't believe it was an alien. It was just a glimpse. Maybe they're messing with my head. He also admits that they did mess with his head, that he had to, they underwent some kind of hypnosis, that they made him drink this weird green liquid.
Probably LSD.
Well, maybe.
They said it was an allergy test. But yeah, I mean, but you know, to your point, just real quick, is after 30 years, it's not that he changed his story. He's changed. So when I was interviewing him, you know, he cracked the book back open with me. It was like he was saying, the science and technology is what I know. I had my hands on that. I can't attest to what I read in the documents. Yeah, I saw something for a brief millisecond through a fucking window, but I don't know what that was. So people have taken what he said and exaggerated it. Bob has always been skeptical of the things he didn't have his hands on, and I admire that. And he's changed as a human. As a human, he's matured. So now he's saying, okay, let me look at it rationally. I don't know what I saw through that window.
Right.
And I appreciate that. He's so straight.
Yeah, he's very straight.
You know, various scenarios have popped up over the years about why he came forward. There are people who believe he just made it up. He was trying to make money or he wanted attention. There are people who believe it's government disinformation to distract attention from something else that was going on out there.
Yeah.
Or they believe both of them, which, you know, they would seem to be mutually exclusive. Bob would admit that he had no business being there, that there were much more qualified people to work on those kind of things. Maybe he was a guy who thinks outside the box, who might give a new slant on trying to figure this stuff out that they had for decades and had not been able to duplicate.
We should explain that a little bit. The Los Alamos lab story was him. He put a jet engine on a Honda.
Right.
And it was a functional jet car that he built himself. So he was a legitimate propulsion expert and, again, like a super science nerd. Like, where he got his education is what's weird, right?
I finally got an interview with the guy that wrote that article 2 weeks ago. So the guy, Terry English,
Right.
Finally, after all this time, he called me back 3 years late. You know what I mean? We'd love to put him in the movie. And I said, look, here's the point. You said Bob Lazar was a physicist at Los Alamos. So how did you base that? You're writing a paper. And he goes, yeah, and it got picked up by AP News. He goes, if I had misrepresented that he was a physicist at Los Alamos, I would have been blackballed by everybody at Los Alamos. They take that very seriously. He was a physicist. I reported it. AP News picked it up. They repeated it. Not word one from anybody saying he wasn't a physicist at Los Alamos. It's little things like that when nothing Bob has ever said have I found out.
Yeah.
This is a real hot
Yeah.
rod.
and he did the story because the car was badass. When he fired it up,
When he has a history of this, he also made a hydrogen-powered Corvette later on. He's a wizard. He's a very smart guy.
You know, he will admit to you that maybe he was picked for the job. They figured, all right, in case he blabs, we can discredit this guy like that. When we're done with him, there's things in his background. He likes to blow things up. He likes explosives. He had a pirate flag on his house at the time that I first met him. He liked machine guns. He had an illegal fireworks show that would go out in the desert every year that became a world-class event. He got into some legal trouble after he'd worked out there. So there's a lot of things in his life they could use to discredit him. But the people who still maintain that Bob was a disinformation plot, it was meant to distract attention out from something else going on out there. Whoever came up with that idea should be fired, because as a result of Bob coming forward with that story, Area 51 is now known all over the world. And I'm sorry, but the Bob Lazar version of the tale is the one that prevailed. It's known everywhere. It's been in movies and books and TV shows. It's launched 1,000 different products, like the hat that Las Vegas 51s. Our AAA baseball team became the 51s because of the Lazar story. The E.T. Highway is created and christened by our governor. That story, that version that he told, is now known all over the world, whether detractors like it or not. And if somebody was trying to distract attention away from something going on at Area 51, it failed miserably, because tens of thousands of people made the trek out there. Even today, 31 years later, every single day, there's somebody with binoculars or a scope or something looking for whatever is flying around out there. Every major news organization in the world, after giving me nothing but grief, has beaten a path to Area 51's door. All of them, they have all done it. And Bob's story about reverse engineering craft from somewhere else is now part of a much larger and current series of events that we can get into.
Yeah, and that story that he told when he was on the podcast here got phenomenal response. There were so many people that I talked to that were my friends who were skeptical about that shit. They'd call me up and go, hey, man, I'm starting to believe this is real. And I'm like, you should watch the documentary, and then you should watch the Commander Fravor interview where he talks about the Tic Tac UFO that they encountered off of San Diego. Because you're talking about a rock-solid military man with no shenanigans in his background who is telling a story about a craft that they cannot explain, doing things that defy physics and our understanding of propulsion systems. And quite a few people from that interview have completely changed their tune. Friends of mine who thought it was total horseshit have done a 180, and they're like, fuck, is this real? And then the New York Times story came out, of course, and the New York Times is showing all these images of these UFOs and these things that they can't explain that all exhibit very similar propulsion methods, or at least speeds that they can't explain. They move the same way. And there's legitimate people, legitimate scientists now that are starting to take this into consideration and say, okay, if this is from Earth, then there's got to be some sort of a program that has technology that's far beyond anything we knew was possible. How did they do that? Is it because there's some super geniuses that the government gets a hold of right when they're in college and they immediately ship them off to the desert and have them create this stuff? Or are we, in fact, encountering something like us from the future, or something from another place that has had a completely different
path to technology, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. We're here. We're here sending videos through our phones to each other. You know, we're talking to people. It's being relayed through the sky. We're watching films that are instantly downloaded wirelessly from these servers. I mean, just the technology that we have right now is completely alien to anybody who was around in Roswell in 1947. From 1947 to 2020, in terms of the universe, is not even a half of a blink of an eye. And then, boom, things have changed so radically. It's not crazy to think that something from somewhere is far ahead of us.
Yes, so that's one of the big things. Getting Commander Fravor in that room with Bob was so cool because Bob talks to whoever he's talking with. He helps you understand what he's saying. He can go into high specified detail on stuff, but typically he's just talking to whoever's there. When I got him in front of Commander Fravor, all of us and Matt, we were all in the room. It was amazing because Commander Fravor saw it too. He saw something like Bob saw it. And the way that the craft, the tic-tac moved, it cannot be something that we have because it was clearly gravitationally propelled. This is something they talk about. Commander Fravor saw it bouncing like a ping pong ball on the inside of a glass. The inertia, being able to go bum, bum, bum. And the coolest thing Bob said was, well, Commander Fravor, Dave, it could have been a subject to a time distortion. So you're seeing it one way. And they started talking about gravity amplification. It was just so cool to see them talk without an audience. What the fuck did Commander Fravor see? And Bob it's cool that when he can be calm and chill like that and just talk to another human.
And what's crazy is what Commander Fravor is describing is what Bob was describing, the propulsion systems of 1989 that they were working on.
Straight up.
It's the exact same thing, even the way it turns sideways to move off. 2, 1, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told this story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs.
And Flying Saucers.
And Flying Saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. Mm-hmm. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, go ahead, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
But
you worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound. You can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
We are brought to you by Athletic Greens. One tasty scoop of Athletic Greens contains 70.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off, and it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't say anything about Area
classified.
51.
Okay, so they
just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. That whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept a job. They take you out there.
Yeah. It's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, like at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two like poles of a magnet. So that was...
so like when you take two magnets and you try to press them together and they push against each other?
Yeah, that kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
and you felt that physically with
my
your hand?
Yeah, now there's nothing that does that. And that immediately caught my attention, going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. Now, we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, their existence. So, again, they have everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, to, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but, I didn't know if this was, part of some kind of test or, or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, the hemisphere is removed. There's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now
Jesus.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah. At one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while?
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists of the time. and just dropping it in a room. And they come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works. So they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, you know, there's no reason that that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, you know, in some respects, we were guinea pigs. Just try to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and, like, let's throw Bob at it.
Yeah, yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave
This
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're
I
giving you
really don't know.
instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you direction, they're showing you all this stuff. Like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking of you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
But they
I
never
was really,
told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no. We talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right,
the way you explained it.
And so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30-some-odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before. Where they would,
Yeah.
If you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and, this Lazar guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it would
when
be
you
me.
read Zeta Reticuli, were you like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, what in
Right.
the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this? Like, what?
No, to me, this was cool. This
Right.
was interesting. I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said,
Right.
this is awesome.
How old were you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you're probably like totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything, and
So you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it,
well,
I
that
think-
was
that later or before?
that was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is
Wait,
American."
what's that before?
Hard, so many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit to the
Do you remember
place.
the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And
You think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just were
I
like,
don't. Now I don't. I mean, because when I
Right.
read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember in
Right.
crazy information, and,
Right.
and it would. But like I said, when I finally went in with Barry, and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like a half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
How is, what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity to most people is gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off in the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, linear particle accelerators, are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think, is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. They lasted 220 milliseconds with the atoms. It's nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart after that, called it moscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well,
No,
we
not
kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Oh, okay.
82 is when
82 was
I
when you
was
were
at
at Los Alamos. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. The God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine. Can I just
It's really
say
hard to think through this. Just give me a minute.
We'll just give you more
I
booze.
just want to say one. Yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. Bob, for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob. Getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do, was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Jeremy, that you and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said, but over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them, right?
Right, right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of two different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, well, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable. It's not radioactive. But there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive. It's another stable isotope of hydrogen. But tritium is radioactive. Now, they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where 2 items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick on it, a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3-foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there is no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens?
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah,
but you could see through it.
Yeah, it just became transparent. Yeah, I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking questions.
There's no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent,
and you realize it's still there, but you could now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. You know, they
I've
have
seen that in
smart
bathrooms.
glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so I would lean
And
more towards a
again,
metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion. And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda to come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here because
Right.
they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot it? Was there a pilot seat? Was there...
There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats.
So
and that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced, equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights. There's
and
no
they
controls.
look the same color, the same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes. They're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I
it's
think
fairly,
that's
fairly small.
yeah. So I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How were they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called a Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all...
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. But you would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. Now, that isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he pretty much, and he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
Maybe he's still there.
yeah, who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh, no. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did.
Right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of, doing or saying anything after that.
So what kind of reports did you have to give? Like, so you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible. So
Well, we didn't personally make them. I mean, we were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information, then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No,
No?
it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days, and they would be weird hours too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that we don't even know about.
Sure. I mean, the thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, I mean, essentially any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say we really that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar, and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there was a person in the
Was it?
craft.
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small. So the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you
Yeah,
worked
that
on
was-
because that was the only craft that you were in.
the only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because
Did it make some
produced,
sort of a noise?
It produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly, and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, they communicated with it with because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out of the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending gravity, bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high-performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high-performance test. The high-performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prized item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesdays. And that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, I think all that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining your story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the to the airport at 11 p.m., and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now, I did give my permission to have, as part of the, security clearance process, I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. But, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and aren't a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it, and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar's going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together, and I said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And you don't need to take my word for it. Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody, and we went out to, remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high-performance tests. And, it left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And there's videos
crazy
of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But, yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's.
But is
it's
your
garbage.
video specifically available, the video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it
I give
online?
it down.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I show clips of it in my film.
Right.
It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting to take a look at how.
Pull this microphone up to your face. Keep it about a fist from your face.
All right. To see how his video looks now, but as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s camcorders. The most important thing is the human story here. Everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake, and they all agree. They saw something that night they had never seen before, and they've never seen since, right when he said it. So that's one of the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around, and there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know about those?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would he look under?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like the S4 UFO video, Bob Lazar, and a guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos.
Right.
He from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it. And I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you film this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
The maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
No.
In terms of like a human piloted craft. I mean, I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. You know, we were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off and then came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back. And then, after it did some, amazing stuff to get the camera. And then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there. It just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, what does this look like? I said, take a laser pointer and then have a wall and then move it around the wall. Like, how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
You're essentially separated from reality, as crazy as that sounds, with being in case its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it. And, this is how some of those recent sightings with Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly, the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this, and, on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight date. So this became a thing to do. And I think it was on the third time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly imagine.
Started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah. And, what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle. And just for some reason, we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that, I don't remember what we were saying, but, that it's something about attacking the base or something along those lines and stealing the craft or something like that.
Something crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black, you can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us, and the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So it was
whoa.
Yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, they sat me down and we said, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? And it just being sarcastic and trying to.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got real serious. But this is where they, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, our friend were talking about. And I don't know, it was a hard time.
So what happens from there?
It's been an exciting football season. You may not have been crowned the champion in your traditional fantasy football league, but DraftKings is here to help you make it rain. DraftKings is America's leading daily fantasy app, paying out over $7 billion to their players. If you haven't tried DraftKings yet, head to the App Store now. Draft your lineup and feel the sweat like never before. It's simple. Just pick your lineup, stay under the salary cap, and see how your team stacks up against the competition. If you haven't signed up yet, what are you waiting for? Get in the game right from your couch. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now and use code ROGAN. For a limited time, new customers can get a free shot at millions of dollars in prizes this week. Don't miss out on this week's action. Enter code ROGAN to get a free shot at millions of dollars in prizes with your first deposit. That's code ROGAN, only at DraftKings. Make it rain. Minimum $5 deposit required. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
If you think you've seen it all, wait until you see this. The biggest names in entertainment are judging the most extreme talent competition series ever. Don't miss Snoop Dogg, Rosario Dawson, Jennifer Nettles, and AEW's Cody Rhodes in the search for America's biggest act. With $100,000 on the line, these daredevils gotta go big or go home. Bert Kreischer hosts The Go Big Show, premiering Thursday, January 7th at 9/8 Central on TBS.
What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I
Why
don't.
they
I
arrest
don't
your
know.
friends?
I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started.
Because you're realizing that you're being monitored.
Yeah, now
24/7.
now I know not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted, at that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it, and that's how I found out about it.
Yeah, to make a long story short. Yeah.
What happens, to really make a long story short, what happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up? Did they try to label you as crazy? Was there...
There were a lot of things that happened at, between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I'd.
What is the problem with this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie. People thought it was
the movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, Joe.
And it's on Netflix right now if anybody wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me who, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And you're like, okay.
This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
Well, no, it's no, it's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and in some ways, I can relate to some of these people. Maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit, so I got to talk to him.
Right.
And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me going, Bob, you got to listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever. But some of them are just fucking batshit crazy, and they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world. There's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point, we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people, even on the show, say, oh, there's a glitch in the radar. That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him to talk with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with spherical ores. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw down so we can consider a story a little differently, there's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced through the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapon Systems Applications Program. Who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, what's this AAV thing? It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on. There's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So
What are you talking about? Hillary Clinton said on air.
Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Right, so she kind of was giving. The Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it. Right, so she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a
Advanced?
misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're
Aerospace.
describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally. And that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with the UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people. When you're doing your
Pull this microphone.
I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I have been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts, not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Well, not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely.
Right.
And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity as a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, gravity waves. And that
who is they?
You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah. But they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector and pretty much detected
that there are such things as gravity waves.
First observation of gravitational waves. It says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015, as announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform connected by both...
Hold on, bro. Give me 1 second. I've always been a PlayStation person, but I've just bought an Xbox Series S. Really? You switched over? Damn. How does it feel though? Like, how does it feel playing on the Xbox? Subbed and like, by the way, bro. Thank you so much, man. I truly appreciate all the support that I get from everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, he was on.
In the 80s, the predominant theory was gravity is produced by gravitons.
Okay.
You know, theoretical particles, but they're not. They're waves. They're not particles, and that's
So the thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together, and
So-
it's just a product of gravity. But if
wasn't
you can
until-
make if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time. You can have force fields. All that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave. And we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still, in many ways, in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system and Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, I mean, we might be talking about something that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us.
Yeah. Yeah, it could easily be. Now, I'm not in, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even
listen.
after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it really irks me like every night I go to sleep that I don't, that it was my own doing essentially that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, I mean, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know. The world is going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every...
You're not being very clear.
Sure.
Please.
No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking and
What
wondering.
is this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo, is how you can find it online, or the Wilson Leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum. Use of human
Is
volunteers.
that
No,
it?
no,
I just
no,
wanna
no,
make sure that was it. Yeah,
No, that's not it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion, oddly enough, at special projects at EG&G. And if I remember, the document is from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. And we'll see. My history is pretty good with saying if something's real or not, right? So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G special projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things that's vindicating besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it. And he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that that is an actual that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting, and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get special access program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. He was the guy that owns
He used
Skinwalker.
to own it. Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner, and you'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere. They tuck it away, and then they bring it back out 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate. That we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock, going, we really can't figure it out. It's just friggin' wait, put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and a decade later, let's take the project out again and see. All right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you compartmentalize. You got these people working on this
there
project.
has to be some people that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years.
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they because the government is just so leaky. I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company? Something?
I don't know.
Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the in the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
So they still have these things supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on that.
Have you ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig. So it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
That'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right?
As all of it would.
Yeah, that tripped me out when he said that for the first time.
Yeah. That's a freak out right there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They hit metal.
And when did they find it? That they have 9 of them.
Yeah. Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
well, Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell Daily Record?
Yeah, the one you told me. Yeah,
I have a cover. What is this here, Jamie?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of. Yeah, so this is where they meet at EG&G, and this is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. Now, I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to anybody. I can tell you how
Who
I
recorded this conversation?
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002?
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? So that $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right, an astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs if it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably make a lot more money from Viagra
They probably do.
From UFOs, too.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million. And really, it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there with Duncan.
Yeah,
we interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It was very, very interesting.
Totally. And if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, whatever. The point is that $22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military sightings, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials, that they can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I don't remember what the impetus was, but at some point, George wanted to air it, and he said, you make the call on it, and look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it. And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, this is important stuff. People have to know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, he put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. He said, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS. Anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah Test Range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became. It's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That was, I mean, that's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. You got, it's public. There's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I
Do you
just
wish you didn't?
yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes
Yeah,
when it's just
sometimes.
overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is gonna make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to
Um,
make things better.
Oh,
That's what I was trying to
Jesus.
tell him.
How is this gonna make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who not only work in the government, people that are police officers and firefighters and first responders and doctors and scientists, they're going to empathize, and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most, important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's
Right.
two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of
Even if they
military
weren't, it's a
folks.
crime that they're
Yes.
not telling the
Yes.
rest of us.
But I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean they can't be competent. It seems to me that what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you
It's
think
beyond us.
Why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think that they're not telling us, that our government doesn't tell us? What's your best?
Well,
thought?
let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains, and just wanted you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's gonna win?
Yeah.
Who's gonna win
Yeah, no,
America's Got
that's
Talent?
not gonna happen.
So one is uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I have talked about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself, even though
Right.
you've got
What
these.
do you say? If you want to run a government, you want to get people to pay their taxes.
But there's something else.
Yeah.
Because,
What do you say?
So you have these objects flying with impunity, right? But you have something else.
Well, not only that,
Who-
what can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's
Exactly.
mainly the technology. They
that's-
just want to keep the technology secret because
Military.
if there's
Whoever
Yeah.
gets this
there's
wins, dude.
yeah,
They win.
you
Right.
control the where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can
Right.
force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there, there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
that was
I don't know what the dates
Yeah,
were.
when was that?
when did that was that
98, I think.
98.
Yeah, I don't know the dates on
So it's
Operate Paper.
roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information Act.
We're talking about Russia, not Germany. He's talking about Russian scientists.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them came from Germany. A lot of those
Okay.
those rocket scientists that work with NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So some Russians got some of them.
I
we
just
got
know
some of them
at some point there was intense
collaboration
cooperation
with
I mean,
Russia.
even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff like things we
Mhm.
would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late '80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So
and
you got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies that were there.
The
And,
commies.
yeah, the commies. And
That was back when they were the commies. Right?
yeah,
It was the
yeah,
Cold
they
War.
were real commies.
Isn't that interesting?
And at some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours. You guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area or, one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them, that's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean, and that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface.
You're thinking
of
about
the water.
the 2004 Tic Tac Nimitz case. So that's one George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coral under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity-propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah, so there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie? What is this?
Yeah, this is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Oh, not this one then either?
No, so
Or,
that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all
Just
actual.
play and keep the volume off.
Okay.
I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. Choop. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just hover for
the amount
11
of time.
hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out, and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we'd all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004, was the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. I mean, Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. I mean, these guys were watching this thing. But, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away at high speed.
So it'd be like a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver, and it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the craft that I worked on.
So
much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right. But they
Perhaps.
all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. We're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. They might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be. Maybe. We don't know, right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine
Right.
and go to an internal combustion engine and then, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we
Right.
come on. The binary, if the stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And their version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So,
Right. Right.
who says they follow any kind of normal progression like that?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically.
Right.
If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change
Yeah.
is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think so.
The only question is, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing? Or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? We're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics, was it Boston Dynamics at the company
You
that's
can
making
make
those
robots,
crazy
yeah.
robots? Yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh,
Yeah,
right? So
right.
a cyborg or a
Right.
cybernetic organism is just that, that's what a lot of people think those like gray things are, that people call the grays,
Yeah.
is like they're machines
Right.
printed from flesh. So what you're saying is like not
Well, they
so
could just
far
be
off from-
No.
synthetic life.
Synthetic
They don't
life,
even need
yeah.
to be,
Right.
machines.
Right.
Well, they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them, assuming these people aren't liars
Right.
or crazy or whatever,
Right.
that they have no sex organs and that they don't seem to have any muscle. They're just almost like a frame,
Right.
and they have enormous heads. If you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see
It's
a
almost
clear
like
progression
yeah.
of evolution, too,
Yes.
where for something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because it
Yes.
looks like it was made for a specific task. There's
Right.
no reproductive organs, so, that almost kind of leaves out any kind of, physical evolution.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. That's essentially what it is. They're human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucer is what I heard Bob Lazar talk about, flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like, none of them are alike. There are the saucers, but you got cigar shaped, you got, the top hat shaped, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things like we'd use different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on the moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know. I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell, and he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, you know? And that's
well,
why
they seem if you think about what an alien is in terms of our the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the third kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become.
right.
And if these things are tiny, human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before, and there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression, our lack of need for muscle strength, and our lack of need for violence. And we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." You know, that one day we...
Okay, I'll buy this.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G.
Right.
What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you would say, well, what does this species do? Oh, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing, it's cool, but they're the same
Right.
fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive.
Right.
We don't do that. We make better things
What would you do?
constantly.
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
I mean, Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches? They put them
right,
on their wrist.
right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But
Yeah.
you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I do, about the integration between humans and technology. That's
What would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
Isn't that, I'm not talking about conspiracy.
but it is a kind of a conspiracy,
I'm
right?
asking you.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way a conspiracy theorist would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous, and it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing.
That
Maybe
could very well be.
what our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon, and we don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. Do you think a caterpillar is aware? Like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make a cocoon. Then I'm going to become like a butterfly.
This could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're
Right,
just
right.
supposed to do this
Exactly.
and make the jump to some sort of mechanized,
Right.
yeah,
Have you ever
non-biological.
seen an orangutan that is fishing with a spear?
No.
They've figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists. I guess you would
Wait,
call them.
without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it, and now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutan. Look at that. There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's
spear-
impressive. That's
very
impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists. I guess you would call them primatologists. That's the term.
That's a great
Biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age, that they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like, they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. This might just be what happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck do we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. Like, Jesus Christ, like, this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally a million cars.
Yeah, red light.
And it's just everywhere you go, it's people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress, by the way, to do it that way.
Right.
So it encourages you to innovate. It
Yeah.
encourages you to embrace this new technology. I got this giant screen. It's showing me the navigation in front of me. Oh, I'll be there 5 minutes early. Excellent. And I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone, and I pulled that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky, and I'm listening to it, and I'm all comfortable in my nice little car, just driving on my way to the doctor's office.
This is irresistible stuff.
Yeah. It's different than your
Yes.
Walkman.
Yes,
You know, back in the
It
day.
is irresistible. It is irresistible.
It's frighteningly irresistible.
But is
what
it frightening? I mean, if you were a monkey, right? If you were an Australopithecus, would you go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person and live in a house? That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in a fucking suburban
No,
community.
there's probably some that are like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. There's going to be a few holdouts. I don't even have an email address, man. There's a few and far between. Good luck with that, fuckface. Go move to the woods, Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah,
Go live in
I
a
was
cabin.
just going to throw Ted Kaczynski
Oh,
in
man.
there.
Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when I get really high. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski, they cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard. And then when he went over to Berkeley and became a professor, his goal was to make enough money so that he could implement this program and live in the woods and then write his manifesto and start killing people that were involved in propagating technology.
He was expunged from the Harvard logs, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of a university, and he was one of a handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to the one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word, conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level.
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
No, I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. They're a craft. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well,
and
I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps and we observe that they are now in the Stone Age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there is a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization, and that if we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach this.
Right.
I mean, we're
a
in
type 1 civilization.
Yeah.
We're going to stay type 0.
Well,
yeah.
we're in this warring, polluting, pillaging,
We're awesome.
civilization.
Humans are awesome.
I mean, we're awesome in a lot of ways,
But in that way, we're not.
Well, yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car, you're stomping on the gas like, woo! You didn't invent the fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding, but yet you have the ability to use it, like a person with a gun. I'm just gonna bang, bang, bang people. You didn't invent a gun. So like you've without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them because you have paper or you have Bitcoin or you have whatever the fuck you're using a credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You could just flippantly use these things, which is why we were very childlike in our actions because we haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and you've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things, and then they've all put them together. And then what's the reason to put them together? To profit. Well, what's the reason to profit? Well, why are you doing this? So you can buy more things. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do. That's all we do.
That's all we do is make better things.
Yeah. Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. But we decide to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one grows anything other than weed. And this is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, if you got an acre backyard in LA, holy shit, look at all that green. This is amazing. Well, no, that's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we've put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's none of it, right? You've got Central Park, and they just got human shit. Human stacked up. No one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go, go, go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? As if your phone isn't good enough. Like your phone's taking pictures and videos, and people are calling you, and you got applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not good enough.
A blink of an eye, it's all gone, though, that, like 10,000 years and the Hoover Dam goes or whatever. Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that, and everything's trying to spring up through that. We keep it maintenance down, but we're a blink, man. Something hits.
But we don't think that way. Well, you think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want and what you need right now. We are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment that makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? We fucking water it down with antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. Well, they're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. You're on a goddamn convertible spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no meaning to this thing. Just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And then one day, they're going to be able to hit that switch, and this life will be born out of innovation and thinking and progress and technology. And more than likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing that these things are that you're observing.
I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Well, someone's observing.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Chimp-like.
They're from here, is your idea?
No. That this is what happens all over the universe.
Yes, right. Yeah, totally.
That this is what happens. Look, here's the thing. I went to see Brian Cox's. He has this amazing live show with Robin Ince, where they have these LED screens, these huge screens with this high resolution depictions of the cosmos. And one of the most mind-blowing things was he has this large-scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe, and it just keeps moving through all these galaxies in 3 dimensions. And it's fucking incredible. But what's stunning is the relative uniformity of it, even at you're obviously looking at an incredibly small depiction of something that's immensely large, like a galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. You're seeing it as this little dot, but this little dot that's flying through space, surrounded by other little darts with very similarly spaced distances between them.
All through,
So I'm like, if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of like the distance between galaxies, so many galaxies, it's so similar. They might vary slightly, and that slightly might be hundreds of millions of light years, right? But there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere, and that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, you do see binary star systems, you do see single star systems like stars, but there's also some speculation that Earth and that our solar system was one time was a binary star system. Right? I mean, that's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt that they think is 10 times larger than Earth. They think it might have been at one point in time a star. But this this uniformity that you see, why wouldn't we think that that has its same implications biologically? That there's some sort of a biological uniformity, and that this happens given the right sets of circumstances.
Yeah, it could be.
You should tell him some of the stuff that you've read that you don't know is true. I mean, if the stuff was true about the propulsion stuff, I mean, anyway,
Well, what have you read? What have
what
you
you saw too. I mean, you know,
What are you talking about? Spill the beans, Bob.
I got to poke the bear here a little
Get
bit.
some more liquor in you.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems, that there were different projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a not as a it was part of a weapon program.
How are you informed in this?
These again were just the small briefings that I read, but again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them, and it was just small briefings.
But you told Commander Fravor that what he saw might have been a time dilation and not
it
with
could
gravity
be
propulsion.
because
Yeah.
gravity affects time. Space time. I'm sure you've heard of that, and what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But my point was that, well, one of two things: either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a hot highway and you see,
Looks like
an
water.
optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
And the thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going a mile a second.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly, but
we don't know.
the
Oh, I
cycle
see.
time. on the
Nobody
radio
knows.
is 60
That's the whole thing. Is
Oh, so it cycles like radar cycles? Like
yeah,
sends
it
out a
doesn't.
beam
It
and
doesn't sweep, but
Right,
I
it's
mean,
like
it
it turn- like-
scans.
yeah,
it's
like
a
that
planar
antenna.
array, so it
Okay.
just scans around at random places.
That's the Spy One does the really cool. Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is though that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be,
Jesus.
and that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
Charge your iPhone,
Yeah.
like
Well, wireless,
on the little, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Well, I mean,
simple electromagnetic. Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Right, but I
It's-
mean, Tesla, the scientist, had this concept of
Right, that's
what he's-
yeah.
That's what I'm talking
I mean,
about.
for other
yeah.
people that don't know what we're saying, that he wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky, and Westinghouse was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that!" Like when anybody could just pull electricity out of the sky.
Can't meter
Yeah,
it.
they
It's-
couldn't. They couldn't
We had
meter
this
it.
talk on the
Yeah.
car ride over. I'm trying to chill him out. We're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean I mean, who knows what would have happened in terms of
Yeah.
innovation had he been allowed to go forward with that?
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive.
Why
I
is
mean,
that?
forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air. And yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there'd be no radio communication. The interference would be something would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents in anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even, tested for operation. So it would
Maybe
destroy.
it would have fucked us up.
Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. It'd be great. You can turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels. Although it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off the nipple.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about if a civilization, another star system, didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet, and they're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that they
I
didn't
think it's
have
important that actually happened.
Yeah.
It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
Whoa. And I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression under another timeline other than the one that we've experienced.
Yeah, that's difficult.
If we imagine what this alien race must have been like, and God, just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles.
Octopus.
Yeah, octopus. Yeah, we see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation, as we're the only one that's intelligent that can innovate. We have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like us are dolphins and orcas and whales, and they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment. And subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And we're like, get in the tank, do some tricks.
Right.
The only thing he saw in the craft, if we were considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to that looked like a human could make was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take you have a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal, and you could walk on that in the upper layer, but if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique. I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that, and all that is a hatchway.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was the metallurgy division. It had nothing to do with us.
So you never got
not even the slightest briefing. I don't even know if it was metal or it was ceramic. I think there's a fine line between the two.
Now, one of the things that's happened to you that has allowed people to discredit you was there's obviously been some sort of an effort to erase your past.
Yeah.
Some sort of an effort to erase your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos is someone got a directory of the employees from the past and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved that you worked there even though people were trying to deny it, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you, that you never did work at Los Alamos. You weren't really a scientist. What was that like to experience? Of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when you could get away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But that was frightening. That was one of the first things
What happened?
I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. He saw my birth certificate disappear.
It disappeared.
Yeah,
there was no record of you being.
Yeah, there was no record of that. There was no record.
His mom tells me about that. Like it was frightening for her. He's got a real family. He's a real person. It was frightening for her.
But the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy never worked here. Don't be ridiculous. And George went back and forth,
I got the letters on the wall. Yeah,
months. It was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book directory. I mean, and also, originally I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives. And, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos. So there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah. So we flew out there, and I said, look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people. And George went with me and,
and
filmed
you knew
inside
how to
there.
navigate the place. So you'd
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
been
And,
there before.
met people, and, and
Los
so there was no
Alamos was
problem.
also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of your digits.
No, that was in Los
wasn't?
Alamos. That was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and, and any high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it. So you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light shone through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they used that. When you put your hands on there, the light would turn on and your badge would pop out.
There's it right there.
Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said, that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4. And,
and everybody discredited that. They said it was bullshit. It was science fiction. And Jeremy, you found this.
I found it through a good friend of mine named Tyler Rogaway, and he had some good sources inside of Area 52 where they also used these for the stealth program right around that time. So now I've got all these people that worked within who, said only if you're in certain programs would we use this technology. It was kind of shit, actually. They didn't keep it for very long, beginning of biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. In the movie, the first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction. I'm getting goosebumps.
That was a great idea, the way you did it.
Thank you, man, because you know what? Guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that, and that you get to see it, his actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah. So to me it has. Personally, I get emails every day, and people are telling me where these are used and how they're used, and to send me photos. I got a lot of photos of Identimats now.
Well, how they were used, right? They're not
how they were used,
but
I don't. The most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country. But yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the Area 52 where they'd use them for Tonopah, one of the guys who will go on camera with me, he will do an interview with me. He was a technician for one of these, and he hated them because they were really bad. They always broke down and he was a technician for him. Now, he won't tell me where. If he worked at Area 52, so it was probably Tonopah. It's very separated, even on base, but yeah.
So there was that.
Yeah.
There is your education record. That was also, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places, though.
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that they went to school with you?
Well, I gave Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in trouble.
They don't want to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But what is that experience like, seeing your birth certificate erased, seeing your employment history?
Well, it's frightening. It's absolutely frightening.
But it's also the fuel that the debunkers use, the so-called air quote skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics. I'm going to say this publicly because I really have only said this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic.
Look,
I want people to be objective. And I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things from a hardline science perspective. You should
Absolutely.
be objective. But the idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that's dangerous because I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're just deciding to take a square thing and put it in a round hole no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy.
Yeah.
A lot of them to be lazy thinkers.
Sure.
Because they're always putting it into that box instead of going, instead of just separating their ego, they're playing a game. And the game is calling bullshit. I want to call bullshit, and I'm going to line up all these reasons why it's bullshit, and I'm going to ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah, that does.
Every
happen.
time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, all along this process, I found Dr. Krangle. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist at Los Alamos. He went on the record with me. Now, the other people I talked with, why won't they go on the record with me? Because they're still working there. So that's the difference, right? What can the public have, right?
Or even if they're not working there, they want to live their lives. Why? I mean, obviously, people have seen what's happened to you.
Mike Thigpen, after 30 years.
Yeah, really.
I found him.
If you look at all the information on, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable. It can't possibly be a bullshit story anymore. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was
Mike Thigpen is. I mean, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the base. One of the guys that was.
And this
used.
is the guy that you worked with.
He said he did.
Right.
And George Knapp, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there's a guy named Mike Thigpen. He did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's a very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department that he didn't even know it was Mike Thigpen. The guy wouldn't talk to me, ghosted him, totally ghosted him for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google image match through his children. I was able to find him after 30 years, and I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with me. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989, confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar, and what you don't know is there's a handwritten note that a friend of yours has from Mike.
What?
I know, I'm going to give it to you later. But that is real. That is actual. So
a handwritten note that says what?
Like
this is new to me.
So when you're
when they do security clearances, they go through all your friends and family.
And they go to your friends' family,
yeah.
So this is to Bob,
wow.
and I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they're doing a security clearance for him. And even though I'm like the UFO guy, they did, the FBI come and visit my house and make sure that they talk about my friend, and they lift a little card. And when my wife told him to get away because she didn't know who they were, they left a little card. It's super cute now. Back then, it was a handwritten note, and his friend has it for him that you haven't seen in
oh my God
2 decades. Shit. So if you're listening,
how come you're telling me this now?
I don't know why I'm telling you.
What is this card?
It's just a little handwritten note with Mike Thigpen's signature.
I mean, a card like a postcard.
Like a piece of paper that he left on the door saying when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy. He does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it, and he admitted to me he was dodging George Knapp because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or into his potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his wife. He was in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there like this. Just a security clearance guy. But you don't want national attention associated with anything Bob has to say. But anyway, this unique name Bob said for 30 years, and the guy ghosted George Knapp. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me, man. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
Well, that's one of the reasons why when you and me and Jeremy and George Knapp had that conversation on the phone, I said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. I really do. I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, just very concise way. And if you examine all the information that you've said today, if you look at all the things that the detractors have said, if you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out, and all these really high-level people in the military and the government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility than you would have had in the 1980s when this came out.
Fuck yes, you can't
It's a different
ignore his
world.
story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important that you come out and refresh the world's memory and let people know. And like I said, I don't want to say I'm a fan of yours, but I guess I'm a fan of yours. As a human being, I'm a fan of yours. But I've been following you for decades. I've been following the story for decades. I mean,
No
I have,
kidding.
I have VHS tapes
Bob,
at
like
home.
a lot of the world has.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, anybody
get
that
it.
has any sort of a vested interest or just a fascination with UFOs has followed your story because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes forward. There's some guy who said, I worked underground with the aliens. They shot my hand off. Like, there's a bunch of like wacky dudes. They're underground. There's bases. They're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they move them at light speed. There's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic. They seem crazy. They might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward, though, now. It's amazing. And by doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell his story. You know, believe it or not, he can tell his story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. They'll come forward to you, to me. They're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity if they need it. And it's amazing. I just want to say, Bob,
Just don't come forward to me.
no, don't come forward to Bob. Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this? Like so upset. Why'd you have a migraine? Because that started off so hard. My God, I was sitting here like, did this?
Well, why are you asking him why? It's
because
obvious. Anxiety. The guy's gone through 30 fucking years of being persecuted. They've erased his birth certificate.
I just want to hear him.
What do you want to hear from him?
I want to hear him say. I want them to
Why
hear
do
him.
I have to say that?
You don't.
Joe just said
we
it.
get
yeah.
it.
I step out.
Okay.
Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It was hard for you to get him here, you know, and I
It was
appreciate.
hard for us. You
did a lot more than me.
What really annoys me are the people that think, you know, you guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, you know, attention. And
That's a good point. So please explain that. You've
First
never
of all,
made any
I don't
money
get
off of this.
any money out of this at all. And I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime, like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan. I mean, it brought in like a couple $1,000s. I made sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there.
It's like dirty money. He doesn't want to touch it.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So no, that if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Well, you've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard. That you haven't profited off of this, and like you said, that you have donated whatever money that came your way to science programs. It doesn't make any sense any other way. I mean, what I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary. That what you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
That happened exactly like I said it did, Joe.
I believe you. In closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I can't think of anything other than really don't come and try to visit me.
Well, I know that you have paid a huge personal cost to get this information out. And, I mean, maybe you didn't understand what that cost would have been when you first initially came forward with the story. But over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great. And I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for all these people that would not have gotten this information and would not have really had this story any other way.
Well, thanks, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Flying Saucers.
All right. That's it, folks. Good night.
Yeah, you did it, dude.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Kyle Kalinske sent me something today. I wanted you to see, Jamie. Off.
Well,
That's exactly how he was describing it.
Yeah, that's
which is crazy.
The gimbal craft. We have this video, and everybody says, "Oh, it's this, it's that, it's another plane, an FA-18." Dude, I've talked with a dude at Boeing now who he serviced these pods that it was caught on, the gimbal. That thing is self-rotating. It is a saucer-shaped thing that is rotating mechanically against the wind. They all know that this has to be a gravity-propelled program. We understand the science that it takes to do it. We can't replicate
Jeremy,
it.
pull that thing
Sorry,
close to
I
your
always
face.
do that.
It's okay. Just have it right up to your face.
We can't replicate it, right, with our material sciences, our best information at this time. We can't replicate this technology, but we do understand how it works, fundamentally.
Fundamentally, we just don't have the power to actually make it.
The material science, even, just the actual physical material science, the materials it's made out of, and that's what's been in the news now, metamaterials, that there are materials from craft that we have. George will talk about that, but Lazar is parallel with what we're seeing today.
Yeah, and what's also really bonkers is in '89, he was talking about element 115. It wasn't even scientifically proven to exist until 2013. So in 1989, he was talking about this is science fiction. He's making things up. In 2013, they actually were able to create, for a brief moment, an element 115, which is this insanely dense element that they believe is perhaps the propulsion system for this craft.
It was always theorized, of course, element 115, but fabricating it was an achievement. But yeah, if you're talking about being a winner every time history writes itself,
right,
Bob it's insane.
He's batting 100%.
100%.
He knew there was a place called S4. There had been no articles about that, no mention. I looked for it. I called Nellis Air Force Base and asked them, do you have a place called S4 anywhere on the range? Yeah. In fact, we have more than one. So can you tell me where they are? No. Can you tell me what goes on there? No. Well, there was a facility at Papoose. I think it was built into the side of the mountain, and you can see the dirt road on the old satellite photos. Why were people going down there? And then, of course, the video. He goes out there with his friends when he thinks he's going to be killed or he's going to disappear, and 3 weeks in a row, you've talked about it on this program, and they videotaped it, and all the witnesses who were there have verified it, and it was not over Area 51. It was over Papoose, which officially has no facility. Nothing has ever been there. Bob knew a lot of stuff that he couldn't have known otherwise, and it's been proven over the years.
And he didn't know stuff that was disproven. He didn't come out. He didn't make up a bunch of crazy shit that you go like the William Cooper book, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people that have speculated what that was all about. Whether William Cooper was just schizophrenic, whether he was writing some truths mixed in with crazy things so you could discount the truth. I mean, that is a real strategy that the government will employ if they know that information is going to get leaked out and they want to somehow or another discredit it. They'll connect it to really loony stuff that is absolutely not true. And you'll say, well, where'd you get that information? Oh, I got it from Behold the Pale Horse. Oh, Christ. Did you read all the stuff in that book? Right? I mean, so there's that thought, but there's none of that with Bob. With Bob, everything that he talked, it's so eerie.
Every time you turn over a stone, I think I'm going to find. At first, that's how George and I met. I thought I was going to see these guys cooked it up. That was my first entry point in 2012. I thought they cooked it up. Every stone you turn over, to be clear what George just said, Bob always said there's a place called Site 4. That was never mentioned anywhere at Papoose. He verified it in 1989 with head of public relations, who was a homie of his at Area 51. We then call 30 years later, and they give us the funniest fucking answer trying to not talk about Site 4. So he confirmed it. Every time you turn over a stone, man, every time, Bob's proven right, and it's annoying.
What was the experiment that he did with Element 115 that you guys videotaped?
It was
Is that available online? Can someone watch that?
No. It was called a cloud chamber test. So he had this stuff. I know people don't believe that it exists, and he never had any of it. They're welcome to believe it, but he had a piece of it. He
How
didn't
big
steal
was the
it.
piece?
The only time I ever saw it was in his lead shield round disc. And he had it for a while. It was in an office.
Was it because it's radioactive?
I think it's stable. I don't think it's radioactive. That's how it was shipped to him.
So it's in a lead disc.
Protect it from bombardment because it will become unstable very quickly. That's how he says they used it in the craft. So yeah, he had it in a puck and
like
George,
a hockey puck looking.
Yeah, like a metal sandwich.
And it's lead.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It was
in this thing.
Yeah, and I showed it, and I had it in the background in one of our stories, just sort of an inside joke. It's sitting in there. But Bob used to keep it in front of a particle accelerator that he had built at his home. You know, every non-scientist builds a particle accelerator in their home, and he had it there when he thought he was going to be killed. It was sort of a defense mechanism for him. He had it right in front. All he had to do is flip a switch, and he thought it could explode. I think he meant to scare people from coming in and trying to take him out. But this cloud chamber test was the only time I think he ever took it out of this thing. And I got there right as the experiment ended, where they had this little chamber and it bent light. Now they showed me the video. I don't pretend to be a scientist. I don't try to be an expert on things I really don't know. But it looked to me like light was bending in this experiment, which it shouldn't be able to do. It's like a laser that bent.
I've seen some of this.
Jeremy has a little piece
I was able to find, man, this was a search. So George, from day one,
Do you have it right now? That video?
On me, it's in my movie.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, but basically, what happened is, it's so annoying. I'm like, you guys have footage of this because Bob never filmed this to put out to the public. It was to show his friends, like taking them to the test site, show them the saucers. It was so his friends didn't think he was fucking crazy. So they film it, and lo and behold, they give it to George. It's in a brown case. It's somewhere in his archives. I've sorted through his whole damn house, man. I can't find this tape. So then I asked Bob, is there anywhere this could be anywhere else? This is important footage, Bob. And I find it sandwiched between two Golden Girls episodes on some tape he kind of recorded over. So I got out to the public, 17 or 30 seconds of this cool down phase of the test.
Is that online anywhere?
It's in my film. I can put it online.
Right, but is it online? Has anybody
no.
taken that?
I got it.
No?
I found it in these old tapes. They couldn't
Right, but
find
you know how people take little things from movies and sometimes put
Oh,
them online.
maybe somebody has,
Could
but
be.
I'll post it, man. It's
Okay.
cool. It's cool. It doesn't. But Bob says he's so impressed with everything. He's like, Jeremy, that doesn't show the cool part of the test. It's just the cool down period. And I'm like, well, it shows that you filmed this with your friends back then, and that at least you believed you had 115. So what I have in the film, it's not definitive proof, but it shows that they weren't lying, that they filmed it. George was there.
Bob would just assume that goes away, that people not talk about it.
Is this it?
Yeah,
That's it.
That's it.
Jamie's the best.
Jamie. Wow.
So what's happening here? Explain. This looks like he's growing a plant or some shit. What
Right.
is this?
So this is why Bob was so unimpressed with what I found sandwiched in his personal home videos.
That's the disc. That's the top of the disc with
Okay.
a cross on top.
Yeah. So he was trying to show his friends, like today, if you had a laser pointer.
So here's the
the
cloud.
cloud.
You could look at it over there, Jeremy, if you don't want to turn around.
Oh, got it. So Bob had a laser pointer back then with the principles of the 115, which he did get out, and he does
Where's
not.
the 115 in this image?
Inside of
that disc.
the clamshell, inside of the puck.
So that's that surface. We're looking at the surface
Yeah,
of this
that's
clamshell.
the top of this thing.
Okay.
Yeah, and so he'd have it in there. Now the whole sensitivity for him is there's real world implications. If he's telling the truth to us about it,
I don't understand what I just saw though. I didn't see anything.
You
Go
didn't
back
see
to
it
that.
bend. You don't see it.
Replay that again,
It's
Jan?
the only piece of the tape that still exists, but it's not the
Yeah.
key part of the.
all it shows, Joe, is that they filmed a home experiment back then. He demonstrated for his friends how light was bent by the material itself.
I understand that, but I'm not seeing that
You're
here.
not. You're not seeing
So
it.
this
This
is
is the
not-
only piece of the tape that still exists, but it's not this central piece.
Was this in the film?
Yeah, it was briefly. I didn't highlight it because it was like I
But
didn't.
I'm not seeing anything in this. This is what's confusing to me. This seems like nothing. Like nothing's going on at all.
Right. That's the point. Is that he has a long version. George, blame him.
Yeah,
man.
it's my
No,
fault.
but I understand. But why is this in the film then if nothing's happening?
It was a splash over when he was talking about 115. He doesn't like talking about how he got it out, but it was like a Easter egg. in the
Jeremy
film.
wanted to demonstrate that it had been the recording did exist at one point, but that's the only piece that's left of it. I'm the guy who got the tape.
So you
And
got a full tape,
I
but
got
you
the
just
full
don't know
tape.
where it is.
I have no idea.
Is it in your house somewhere?
I doubt it. I mean,
Where-
I've
where-
looked. He's looked. I've looked.
Where could it be?
Dude, you should see his house.
Yeah.
Joe, I looked for years, man. I went through, made him take and digitize all these tapes. I took hundreds of tapes and digitized them, looking for this little 2 minutes.
That seems like a big deal, though.
Yeah, it's a really
how
big
could
deal.
You lose that?
I mean, I've got thousands of tapes
I
from that
understand.
era, and I have saved them all, and I've moved them around, and then I use them in different productions. I can't find it. I know that is very unsatisfactory for people, and I've been accused of making it up or
It's
lying
actually
or
very
hiding it.
appropriate considering the history of this stuff.
Yes.
It's kind of funny.
Frustrating as fuck, man.
Of course, but kind of funny.
The aftermath of Bob coming forward, of course, it messed with his life in a big way, and he was not all that much of he was sort of a semi-recluse anyway, but the stuff that goes on here even 31 years later, you know what it's like, these fanboys. He's got people that got the Bob Lazar disease really bad, and they still deal with him. They spend their days now, all these years later, focusing on Bob. But 2 weeks ago, somebody put something on Twitter. It was an interview. These guys had gone to New Mexico to find people that had worked with Lazar a long time ago and then tried to dig up dirt. Hey, do you remember working with Bob, or you knew him back then? Yeah. Did he have teenagers working for him at his photo shop? Yeah. You ever seen anything weird with him and little girls? No, the guy says. And then the interviewer says, well, we heard that he tried to solicit a 14-year-old girl to work at a brothel. And then they put this, the guy says, I don't know anything about that. They put this on Twitter with the headline, Bob Lazar solicited 14-year-old girl to go into prostitution.
So who's doing this? Just some online trolls?
People who've got it bad. And there's so many of them that every day they post something about Bob Lazar. It's
really?
Every day.
Oh my God, dude.
Well, I think UFOs attract a certain percentage of schizophrenics.
Totally. But
Yeah.
this is like so horrible, the way that his story, I mean, I've never seen it like this. I get it. Because I did a film on Bob, I get death threats because of Bob. That's his life every day.
I had a military guy who I had asked years ago about disinformation. Do you guys have to seed disinformation out there to discredit the UFO story? He said, we don't have to plant anything. The UFO people do it all to themselves. I mean, they're nuts.
Yeah.
I got a PhD in ufology, in essence, by working on that story and then subsequent stories, because the public had reacted in such a way. All right, I'm going to stick with it. But what you run into in the topic, it's no wonder that you've gone back and forth on it. So have I.
Yeah.
Questioning whether, is this a good use of my time? Because there's so many of them that are absolutely nuts and psychopaths, and they make stuff up, and
they also make a living doing it. Like Jamie and I were watching Ancient Aliens the other day, and we were laughing. We're like, what are the qualifications of being a UFO researcher? Like, you don't have to have a degree. You have to be a bullshit artist who's willing to get on the History Channel and talk about UFOs. Like, literally, you just have to know a few facts that you could spit out. And some guys were clearly reading off of a script. I'm like, this has got to be the lowest bar for, like, in terms of, like, what does your son do? Oh, he's a scientific expert on the History Channel. Amazing. But what is he really? He's a fucking UFO researcher. Well, what does that mean? It just means he's a guy who's into UFOs who can string words together in an appropriate sentence that seems like he knows what he's talking about, and so they put him on TV. And when I did that sci-fi show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I lost all my faith in UFO research.
Yeah.
And I brought it back because of your documentary is what brought it, and Dave Foley, because talking to Dave.
Fucking love Dave.
I love Dave.
Yeah.
But he was so into it, man. I'm like, really? He's like, you got to look into this. You got to look into that. He's telling all these things. I'm like, all right, one more time. Here we go. And then when I watched your documentary, I was like, holy shit.
Then
it really rekindled my thoughts about Bob Lazar, because I remember being really interested in it in the 90s.
The topic itself discourages serious inquiry by journalists, by scientists, because you have to wade through so much crap. 90, 95% of it is total crap.
Right.
Or it is honest misidentifications of prosaic objects. But that 5%, it's really interesting. And it's why the government is now, looking into it once again.
Yeah, it is really weird to see the government looking into it openly. That's what's strange. Like the fact that they're like, the younger version of me would be like bracing myself for contact. I'd be like, it's coming. If they're talking to us about it now, because my thought was always like, they probably, if UFOs are real and aliens exist, they have been in contact, they probably don't think we can handle it. So they probably want to keep us as calm as possible and just dismiss everything and go back to work, go back to sleep, do what you got to do, don't pay attention to this. This is all nonsense, and that's what most people do. But when the government is actually openly discussing the fact that they not only have been studying this, but they have some video footage of some things they cannot explain. And they're saying this just out in public in legitimate, recognized publications, newspapers, television shows. It's weird to see.
very weird for me. Now it's 33 years that I've been chasing this, and I don't want to talk about me, but I mean I become the UFO reporter, whether I like it or not. I'm not the UFO reporter. I'm a reporter who's interested in that. The UFO stories I've done and all that time, it's been a lot, but as a percentage of all the reports that I do, it's small.
Right.
I'm a news guy. I chase bad guys mostly for the I-Team, but those UFO stories have gone all over the world. The UFO field is so polluted with liars and exaggerators and fast buck artists and people who appropriate the story for their own political agendas, to make money, to get attention. It takes 90% of your energy just to wade through the crap and get to the hard facts, and there aren't that many of them, and to figure out who's telling the truth, who's reliable, who's honestly trying to pursue the story and get to the truth. It's a task that is difficult, and I don't blame other journalists for not giving it a fair shake, because it's not something you could do in a week. I remember saying to myself, this is how cocky I was in the beginning, is, I'm reading these UFO books, and boy, this field is a mess. But there is some good information in here. Give me 6 months and I'll have this figured out. Well, there's 33 years later. I know less than I did now. I know I have a lot more facts in my head, but all the big questions, we don't have answers to them. I don't think anybody does. Who they are, where they're from, why they're here, what they're interested in us, what the long-term agenda is. We don't know that, and I don't think anybody does. I've gone pretty far high up the food chain.
As a career journalist, what did it feel like to you when you started seeing the government actually coming out and saying, we are trying to investigate these reports, we know that there's something to them, these are real claims by real pilots, real scientists have reviewed these things, and they find them troubling?
It's a mix. The most immediate reaction is astonishment, because of all the years I'm chasing this. Everywhere you go, you run into brick walls when dealing with the government. That's really what got my attention and where I wanted to focus, because I can't go out and wait for UFOs to show up, although I've done that, but I wanted to follow the paper trail. The government has this whole big, long history of documents that they exchanged, reports, memos, incident reports about UFOs before the Freedom of Information Act became the law of the land. And they're very candid with each other. They're not that way anymore. They hide stuff. But back in those days, they were candid that this is from somewhere else. This is real. It's not fictitious. We need to look into this. We got to make sure it's not Russians or Chinese. And we have to figure out who's got this technology, because we don't. It's not ours. And then, of course, when Freedom of Information Act became the law of the land, all these agencies that had lied about it, nope, we don't have any UFO reports, have to cough up thousands and thousands of pages. They have absolutely stonewalled this and lied to the public for a long time. So to finally see them admit, yes, we're taking it seriously, which I have known all along. Of course they have to study this. Unknown craft float over our nuclear missile bases, disarm the missiles. We have fighter jets go after them. They leave them in the dust. They can fly circles around our best technology. They mess with nuclear power plants, nuclear weapons, nuclear facilities like Los Alamos. It is a national security issue, and they have been paying attention to it. They just haven't been telling us. So for the New York Times to come out in December 2017 and say, yeah, there was a program, and yeah, they've been looking at UFOs. Oh, by the way, it's all done now. It's still a mixture of lies and some glimpses of truth. But I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. I never thought I'd see this much progress. The last 2.5 years has been the most astonishing time in the history of this subject. And I'll tell you, Joe, there is stuff bubbling right under the surface now that is going to rock our world, I think, in the next year or so.
Did you see Trump on TV being interviewed by his son?
Yeah.
It was kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
There's very interesting things. Very, very interesting.
We're going to open Roswell.
We're going to open Roswell. I think
what?
he meant Area 51.
Yeah, well, he's barely paying attention.
I think he has been briefed.
Yeah.
I think he has been briefed more than once. I think because he watches Tucker Carlson, and Tucker's got UFO people on there once a month.
Does he?
Yeah, he's had for the last year, he's had UFO people once a month or so. Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon and people like that. And I thought that would, if anything, that would get Trump's attention, because that's what he pays attention to.
Right. That's hilarious. These stories about UFOs over nuclear bases and weapons facilities and things along those lines, has that been substantiated?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So this happened
Tell
in
me the stories.
1975. They called it the Northern Tier case. So we have a string of bases up by the Canadian border, all the way across the U.S. from Maine to Montana, nuclear missile facilities. They were ready to go in the darkest days of the Cold War. Those missiles, ICBMs, are ready to go, aimed at Moscow and other places. And in 1975, 74 and 75, one after another, these bases were visited. They thought they were mystery helicopters or something, lights in the sky right over the missiles. In a couple of cases, they disabled the missiles. If we had gone to war, we wouldn't have had those missiles being able to fire. There are some indications that the launch control codes were interfered with. And then we scrambled jets. The military personnel had reported this up, and the things go away. We can't catch them. Whatever they were, it clearly is a threat to national security.
Can I stop you for a second
Yeah.
there? Is there an official record of these encounters?
Yes, and those documents, you can find them. The Washington Post broke the story in the 70s. They had obtained some of these documents after Freedom of Information Act came forward. And then the most recent study, BASS, OSAP, that we can talk about, they also really focused on the Northern Tier cases, and they looked up some of those guys. They found some of the nuclear missile officers and security personnel and interviewed them, and they told the story all over again. There's a guy named Robert Hastings. UFOs and nukes has been his specialty for the last 30 years. He wrote a book, made a film. It's chilling. Part of what has happened is it not only happened to us, the U.S., but in Russia. So once I got UFO fever and became a UFO reporter, I traveled all over the world. And one of the places I went twice was Russia. After the fall of the Soviet Union, it occurred to me that maybe we might be able to learn more from the Russians about what our government knows about UFOs than our government will ever tell us. And I met a Russian physicist who was here in the U.S. to lecture on disarmament issues at national labs. He was getting ready to go back to Russia. He had been the national security advisor to Boris Yeltsin. He was the national security advisor to the Russian parliament. He had taught Russian cosmonauts how to spot American nuclear submarines from space. He was connected. So I had a beer with him at the suggestion of a U.S. congressman. And I said, hey, Nikolai, you ever hear any of your guys in Russia at high levels talk about UFOs? No, can't really think that doesn't ring a bell. We have another beer. And he says, I do have a guy at the KGB who told me that they had looked into it for a while. And I thought, well, the KGB had just released its Oswald files. I thought maybe this is a golden opportunity to find out what they know. Because they are a superpower, they have nuclear weapons, they would have seen the same things we've been seeing. So I went to Russia. We sent Nikolai back to Moscow, gave him a stipend, and his instructions were find people who were in a position to know, high up in the military or the government, who have never talked about this before. And it took about 8 months for him to report back and get all these people lined up. And then I went to Russia and met him and interviewed him. And these were former military guys. There was a guy named Colonel Boris Sokolov who was a gold mine of information. He told us about a previously unknown study, probably the biggest UFO study in the history of the world. For 10 years, from 78 to 88, the Russian military empire, every military unit in Russia, in their whole military, global, if they saw any ball of light, anomalous aircraft, UFO, anything weird like that, they had to report it to the KGB, and then all that information went to one desk at the Ministry of Defense. Colonel Sokolov was that desk, and they had thousands of reports that had never been made public before. He told me about 45 different incidents where Russian warplanes had chased UFOs, couldn't catch them. 3 of the instances, these UFOs shot them down. 2 of those pilots died, and after that, he said, the order went out, look, if you see these things, don't mess with them. He said their study was for a very practical reason. These craft could do things that the Russians could not, and they wanted to get an advantage over the Americans in terms of stealth technology. So they wanted to do what people in reverse engineering programs are doing, figure out how the UFOs work so they could have an advantage over us. I had to smuggle some of these documents back. If I had been caught with this stuff, because some of it was classified, if I'd been caught, I'd still be in a gulag somewhere. But I got it back. I shared it with some people. It eventually found its way into the U.S. government's hands. And it tells us basically a lot of what we now know about our own government, that they have always taken this seriously. And one of the incidents, I'm sorry I made the long way around on that story, was an ICBM base in the Ukraine. Colonel Sokolov says that a giant UFO appeared over this base. These are missiles that are trained to go to New York and Los Angeles. They're very serious stuff there. It's a very secure facility. Giant UFO appears over this base. It splits into pieces, and then it melds back apart, and it performs this dazzling display for a couple of hours. The base is on high alert, and all of a sudden the nuclear control facilities lights up like a Christmas tree, and whatever this thing was, it entered the launch control codes. The missiles were enabled. They start firing up. They're ready to go. And then poof, UFO goes away. The whole thing shuts down. It goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov said he and his team sent there to investigate it. They took the machines apart, could not figure out what it had done. And he told me on camera, we think that they were sending us a message that these are your most powerful weapons, but we're not impressed. Same kind of thing happened here. We don't like to admit it, but there's a pretty strong paper trail that it really did happen. Now, what is a bigger national security issue than that? Or like the Tic Tac. You got a nuclear-powered carrier there and other warships around it, and you got these strange radar sightings for a couple of weeks right off the coast of the U.S. This is an intruder. And even though these aliens, whatever they are not firing beams and wiping out our cities, you have to consider it a threat. That's the job of our Defense Department. They don't know what it is, but they know it shouldn't be there, and it's not ours. And I think that's what the program is going on right now. It's a legitimate national security issue. It deserves to be investigated in spite of the larger social implications that we're not alone.
The TikTok craft, or Tic Tac craft, goddamn
Yeah,
TikTok.
because of TikTok. Yeah.
Can't get away from that
Yeah.
word. The Tic Tac craft that was spotted off San Diego, it performed something spectacular in terms of its ability to go from the surface of the water to 60,000 feet in how long?
So less than a second, but there's actually more to it. There was a craft. Remember, I was talking with Commander Fravor before this was public.
Yeah.
There was a craft under the water too. The Tic Tac would drop from 60,000 feet, is what they're saying, 60 to 80. But that's the scan volume of the Spy 1 radar. So everybody I've talked with said they were coming from above. They were coming from outer space, dropping down within a second and stopping on a dime and then making the movements Commander Fravor saw, bop, 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 like inside of a glass. Then he said to me in our first talk ever, I'll never forget this, because I'm talking to a fighter pilot and I got to talk fighter pilot. And and he says to me, it noticed me. I go, what do you mean it noticed you? And he says, as I was descending rapidly to engage it, it turned its nose and began to intelligently mirror my movements, came right up by me, and he says, faster than you can see, like you can't even see a bullet leave a gun. No, it just, bam, shot off. He goes, we don't have anything like that. I wish we did. We don't. Whatever propels that is not a reactionary propulsion system.
Meaning it's not pushing something off the back to get it to go forward.
Like everything
like
else.
Fire and explosions.
It's a field propulsion. Yeah, like anything else we know, you got to have something going back to go forward. Rockets, we're still using the same ones from back in the day. This thing instantaneously, without effects of inertia, can move. Now, and that distortion, that's exactly how Bob described these things would work or do work in his opinion. So Commander Fravor got to see it. Now, and these incursions, by the way, look, there's stuff George reports on. There's a lot he doesn't. As a filmmaker myself, people tell me stories all the time. These incursions, it's not a rarity. These are happening to this day. I just heard about one in Guam. Incursions over high security airspace over our weapons systems. And in Guam, there was just recently an incursion. The Pantex facility with the igloos where we hold our nuclear weapons and stuff like that. There are incursions over these. So to George's point, the reason why maybe all of this is secret is not because we can't handle it, people flip out. Maybe we just want to make sure we fucking get this tech first because it's a game changer.
Now, let's talk about the people that have tried to debunk this and why they're off. Because they've made some debunking claims about some of these videos and about the technology that was used to track these things. That's incorrect. Where they don't really understand what they're debunking.
Right.
So please explain that, because
That's one of the things that people are immediately going to go to. They're going to go, well, Mick West has already debunked it. And I've read the stuff that he says. It's mental gymnastics to try to explain it the way he's explaining it without recognition of the fact that these things were actively blocking radar. These things were actively blocking tracking systems. These were physical crafts. This is not like a bird.
No.
Or so,
It's
like a lot of the
impossible.
wacky theories that he has are like, I wonder, it's real weird, like that a smart man can make such really bizarre conclusions. Very weird. Almost like someone wants him to do those.
Sure. I mean, look, it's so exciting that we're seeing something and the government's saying, okay, these are UFOs. We have not identified them. They have propulsion techniques that we don't have. And we're just talking about the videos.
Let's talk about the debunking, though.
Okay.
Talk about the debunking and what his claims are in the debunking.
Okay, so one that I recently, attacked because it was so ridiculous is he was saying that the Go Fast video, which is this, object that goes along in a straight line, one of the 3 videos that was released. He said what was probably a bird. That was his first theory.
Let's pull up the Go Fast.
It's been an exciting football season. You may not have been crowned the champion in your traditional fantasy football.
Fast video.
Yeah. I mean, I recently went deep into talking with Boeing experts who work on these FLIR pods. They're telling me how they work, what they can capture, why.
Explain what a FLIR pod is.
A forward-looking infrared. So basically, on fighter planes, you have a camera.
So here's the video. We're pulling it up right here.
Sure, that's mounted, and it's essentially recording in thermal imagery. These things are. This is not Instagram. These things are weapons systems that are highly trained to be able to accurately represent spatial awareness and to be able to target, enemy combatants. This is not an iPhone, an Instagram. These are weapons for us. So out of the 3 videos, if we just look at this one, although I like the Tic Tac one with Commander Fravor and I like the gimbal one, those are awesome. This one gives us very little information. But the idea that this would be a bird, if you talk to anybody that uses these pods, you can't pinpoint on a bird. You can't lock a weapon system on a freaking bird.
Well, look how fast it's going, too.
Well, here's what's so interesting is everybody can debate speed.
So this is where it's locked in on it.
Right.
So the weapon system is locked in on this thing, and it's tracking it now.
Right, and they got real excited when they locked it because they said boxed a moving target, right? So here's the deal, though. Out of anything I could say about this video, because there's not a lot of information in there, what I can say is that object you're seeing is colder than the surface of the ocean. Now, I looked up the surface of the ocean temperature at that location at that time because we had the information. It was like 65 degrees. What propulsion system? So a bird. A bird is about 100 and let's say 5 degrees, like a seagull. Seagulls can go maybe 15 miles an hour. I don't know how fast they can go. But they wouldn't be colder than the ocean. They'd be hypothermic and dead. It cannot be a bird because what we're seeing is a colder object than the surface of the water. That's why you're seeing it white.
And how fast is it going?
That's under debate. There's different
interpretations.
Yeah. So I'll give you one interpretation about 240 miles an hour. Some people say, and then they can argue, well, the fastest bird in a nosedive could go that fast. Back up. We have an object that is colder than the surface of the ocean. That immediately gets rid of the bird theory because a bird would be hypothermic and drop like a paperweight into the water. It cannot fly at that. So that's the piece of information I would attack that debunking with.
But this video, when you're watching that, if it is going 200 miles an hour, that's not outside of what's possible with spacecraft or aircraft or just planes.
Right, but it's cold.
I understand that.
That's pretty cool.
But it's very interesting. But it's not moving anywhere near as fast as the Tic Tac.
No. This is just something, because this is part, and George can tell you, this was part of a much bigger series of events. So like the gimbal craft itself, that's another debunking thing. They said it's a plane banking away and you're seeing it through thermal. First of all, talk with the pilot. Not fucking so.
This is the gimbal.
Yeah, the gimbal.
He's pulling it up right now. And how fast is this thing supposed to be going?
The speed, from what I recall, wasn't registered on the radar. It's not that it's going fast. If you talk with the pilots, it was rotating. It was spinning like a top, and for like 11 hours without refueling. I mean, the thing was just sitting out there. This was not a. This is an occurrence that happened over a course of many, many weeks. Now, when it rotates like that, the debunking theory is that you're seeing a plane bank. So as if our military doesn't know what another plane is. Other planes look very different when you see them through thermal. This thing was self-rotating, and I just did an interview.
And how fast is this, or rather, how warm is this thing supposed to be? Is this supposed to actually be hot?
I am unaware of
because you're looking at it through thermal, right?
Yeah, I'm unaware of the specifics of that one when it comes to heat. All I know is that it is self-actuating. It is not something that is a glare or flare of a heat signature, making it look like it's turning. The actual craft is self-actuating.
And what is that halo around it?
That's just an artifact of the FLIR thermal. It's not.
The premise that the U.S. government would tell you, all right, look, we're going to release these videos reluctantly. Lou Elizondo is the guy that got them released, and then the U.S. government formally released them a couple of months ago. The idea that the U.S. government would release it, the Pentagon says these are unidentified. If it was a bird or a jet engine, the pilots would not have the kind of reaction that they had that you can hear on the audio.
Yeah.
Our government does not tell members of Congress. The Pentagon doesn't go to the Senate Intelligence Committee, show them those videos and say, yeah, it's unidentified if it isn't. And, the reaction of the pilots, the fact that they were forced to release it to begin with suggests it really is unidentified.
Why do you think they've addressed it? Why do you think that they have addressed the fact they're studying these things? Why not just continue denying it?
I think they were forced to. Some props to Tom DeLonge. I know you guys had a pretty spirited conversation when he was here, but he created an organization. Lou Elizondo, who ran that program, came forward and brought with him those videos. I saw them 2 days after Lou Elizondo stepped on a stage with Tom and said, I was in charge of the program. He and Chris Mellon have been sort of the engineers of getting that story into the New York Times. That changed everything. As I said, the last 2.5 years, everything has turned on its head. The New York Times covers the story. The result is other media covered as well. They've been ignoring it forever, and that allowed people to keep these secrets. That pressure meant that people in Congress started asking questions. 2 days after the story came out, I interviewed Senator Harry Reid, who was the one who got the money to create that program that became ATIP. And he said his phone had been ringing off the hook from other members of Congress who are now suddenly interested. I didn't know there was a program, they're telling him. How do we learn more about this? It started a series of closed-door briefings on Capitol Hill that continue to this day. The pilots, like Dave Fravor, were hauled before Congress, first in front of the staff of the Senate Intelligence and then Senate Armed Services, and then the elected members, these senators who get briefed on it, and they were impressed, and they wanted more pilots to come in. So it's been going on for 2.5 years, and 2 weeks ago, about a month ago now, the culmination of it, Senator Marco Rubio, who is now the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, drops this bill, and it's the budget for the intelligence budget for the next year, and he includes a UFO provision in there. Congress wants to have a mechanism set up where we get regular briefings from the Pentagon on UFOs. That's an astonishing change of events. It's because of the media pressure and then congressional interest. It made it more acceptable for everybody to pursue the subject matter. It's kind of out of the shadows. And the Pentagon has reacted in fits and starts. So sometimes, as they said to the New York Times, that program ended. Had nothing to do with UFOs. At first they said it did, then they said it didn't. They've admitted Lou Elizondo worked on the program, then they said he didn't. They've said that the OSAP, which is the other program, the mother program that became ATIP, that had nothing to do with UFOs, but it did. So they continue to sort of lie and obfuscate and muddy the waters. But the fact is that there's too much momentum from media and Congress and the public to hide this anymore.
You should tell Joe about how the government program OSAP was created directly because George wrote this book about a little place called Skinwalker Ranch where the government was studying this property. That happened because of his book. Some DIA guys. Well, you should tell the story of
I visited that place.
Yeah, but right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you got a little misled on it.
Tell him how the government study started. From your work. It's fascinating.
So some of it stems back to Lazar. So we did that story in the series in '89, One of the first people to call me after that was a guy I'd never heard of before named Robert Bigelow, a billionaire. He calls me up and says, I was really interested in that. I've been interested in UFOs for a long time. Can I help you? Meaning, can he help fund me? I said, I work for a TV station. I don't need any help. But he was not to be deterred. He then reached out to Lazar. They had a little, started meeting with him and pumping him for information. And that really amplified Bigelow's lifelong interest in it. He created something called NIDS, the National Institute for Discovery Science, which he made a science advisory board of the best and the brightest in both the UFO field and the field of consciousness. So they're looking at two questions. Is there life elsewhere in the universe? Is it here? And do humans survive after death? And he assembled this board, former CIA guys, 2 former astronauts, men who had walked on the moon, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, Dr. Hal Puthoff, physicists, psychologists, really a brilliant little think tank to take on these 2 topics. I was allowed to be a fly on the wall for some of it, not all of it, but some. And I told Harry Reid about it in 1996, and he said, can I go? And so he showed up and sat in on the meetings, and he was kind of hooked. Harry Reid was the first person I told about Bob Lazar outside of our newsroom. Before we aired the stories, I'd known him since he first ran for Congress in 1982. Then he becomes Senate Majority Leader. So he'd always had an interest in it, but he didn't want it to be known publicly. That does not help your reelection chances. So in 2005, we write the book about Skinwalker Ranch. NIDS, that team, bought the ranch. They were on the property for 7 or 8 years at that point and had hundreds of different incidents that they investigated. They approached it like scientists would. They looked for prosaic explanations. They looked for gravity anomalies. They looked for psychoactive plants. Could there be hallucinations caused by magic mushrooms or something? Are the witnesses lying? They investigated the background of the family that had lived there. And they found out that it could not be explained, all the range of activity there. So it was not only
What
UFOs.
kind of activity are we talking
Well,
about?
it starts with UFOs because that's what got their attention. The Uinta Basin in northeastern Utah has always been a UFO hotspot. Everybody who lives there basically has seen them. Balls of light, orbs, structured craft, daylight, nighttime. In 1976, a guy named Dr. Frank Salisbury wrote a book about it, the Utah UFO Display, and he took hundreds of these cases that have been collected by the locals. There was a local science teacher named Junior Hicks who, because he had taught generations of kids science in that area, when people would see UFOs, they'd call up Junior Hicks. And he went and go and investigate them. And he had hundreds and hundreds of files. He gave them over to this guy Salisbury, who wrote a book about it. And he said, these are real, they're going on. But Junior Hicks would disregard any high strangeness cases that came along with the UFOs. Anything weird, Bigfoot, ghosts, anything like that, he thought it was too incredible, and he discarded that. Bigelow buys the ranch. He hears about these stories going on this one property, flies in, meets with the rancher, and by this time, that rancher and his family had lived on the ranch for 20 months. And they were so scared that he, his wife, and his 2 kids were all sleeping at night on the floor in the same room because it had messed with them so badly. Their property had ghost-type activity, poltergeist kind of things, trickster activity. For example, the wife goes shopping to the grocery store. She buys all this food, comes back, puts it on the table, takes it out, puts it in the shelves, leaves the room, comes back in, all the food's back in the bag. She would take a shower in the morning, locks the door, puts a towel and a hairbrush on the cabinet, gets out of the shower, door's still locked, hairbrush and towel are gone. Dad's out in the field. He is digging a post hole, using a post hole digger, heavy piece of equipment. He stops for a second, wipes his brow, looks back, and it's gone. And they find it 2 weeks later up in a tree. They start hearing voices at night in the air, speaking a strange language. They start seeing shapes outside the window at night, big, lurking humanoid shapes, hearing heavy footsteps outside, then hearing heavy footsteps inside. Then their animals started being mutilated. Cows, the tracks would lead out into the snow and then just be gone. Calves, mutilated, cut up with surgical precision. Cats, wiped out, carved up. Dogs that were vaporized. Hundreds of these incidents. They would see holes in the sky, like a great big hole in the sky, and things flying in and out of it. Now, this rancher, college-educated guy, grounded, strictly religious guy, thinks the government is trying to run him off his property. So he's out there at night lurking with a gun trying to catch whatever government agents are doing this stuff. And it's not government agents. It was something else. They start seeing UFOs of all shapes and sizes. The first one they saw was they thought it was a Winnebago. This ranch is a beautiful place, and it only has one way in and one way out. They see these two lights that look like headlights down in the third homestead. How did this guy get past the house here and get down there? He must be stuck. Let's go down and help him out. The lights start coming toward he and his son. Then they go up into the sky, up over the trees, and then poof, gone. These different kinds of orbs, the white ones that were intelligently controlled, not fireflies, not bugs, blue ones that would go, they seem to touch the fear center in your brain. They'd get near them. They look like a little bigger than a softball, made out of glass with a swirling blue liquid, scared the hell out of the animals, and then it scared the hell out of the people too. This literally drove them to their knees with fear. These red orbs that would stampede the cattle. They lost so many cattle that they began to think that they were going to go under. They had these 4 prized bulls. I know I'm jumping around, but there's a lot of stories. They had these 4 prized bulls, 2,000 pounds each, behemoths, very expensive animals because they were raising Simmental cattle. Had them in the corral, and the husband and wife, they always felt like they're being watched. He says to the wife as they're driving to town, man, if something happens to one of those bulls, we'll go under. We'll be done. They come back a half an hour later. All 4 of the bulls are gone. They jump out. They're freaking out. Where did they go? Did somebody steal them? Are they rustlers? Looking around all over the place. In this corral is a metal trailer where they used to store tools. And there's only one door into it, and it's locked with this heavy piece of wire. The door is still locked. The wire is still on there. The guy, just as a last resort, he looks into the grating on top of this trailer, and there's the 4 bulls inside. Door's still locked. They're all crammed in there. Now, you could take a forklift. You could have a team of 50 people, and they couldn't get those bulls in that trailer, but there they were. He yells to his wife, hey, honey, they're in here. And when he says that, the bulls wake up as if out of a trance, kick the door down, and all got out. The NIDS team, which had been on the property for a couple of years at that point, fly in. They'd been in Las Vegas. They fly back in. They look around. They check out the animals. The whole corral, which is made out of metal, had been magnetized. So whatever technology was used to get those bulls from the corral into that trailer left a magnetic signature. They were there on the property, the NIDS guys, for several years. Bigelow owned it for 20 years. But eventually they gave up. Whatever this thing was, this intelligence, it did not like being stalked, and it played tricks on them. And they never made the stuff public because what are you going to do? Write a paper about this? Who's going to print it? You can't make a documentary about it because they weren't there with cameras.
Is there any evidence? So,
well,
all this we're saying, those cattle mutilations, I guess that's some evidence, but that's only evidence of cows, and we can mutilate cows. What about all this other stuff?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator. They're not taking photos or something. They want it to go away. So they don't have any evidence of that except for what the rancher told them. But then they talk to the larger community, and the same thing has been happening to all the neighbors. The guy who lives next door had lost all these cattle as well, seized the craft. Sometimes these craft would float around. They looked like stealth fighters with Christmas lights around them, floating around silently.
Again, is there any evidence?
No, not really. I mean, So Bigelow puts up cameras all over the property, and you have them focused here where some activity had happened before. The thing moves over here. You move the cameras and focus there, it goes away. Toward the end of the study, whatever it was that was there, one of these cameras would rip to shreds. They're up on top of a telephone pole, 30, 40 feet in the air. And there's wires that are secured all the way down the telephone pole. And they notice that one of their cameras goes out. They figure, well, there's another camera on another pole that should have a view of whatever it was that tore this up, some kind of animal or whatever. Well, whatever it was invisible. And I know it's very frustrating. It certainly was for them and for me to try to write about it, in that this thing didn't want to be caught. It wanted to demonstrate that it was there, but it didn't want to have evidence. The calf that was mutilated was in, I know it's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
The calf that was mutilated, it was a Sunday morning. It's 10 o'clock on a quiet morning. It's daylight. The rancher and his wife are there by themselves. They're tagging newborn calves, tag their ears. and they tag this one right by the ranch house, 50 yards from their home, and they go off across the property. It's a clear day. It's unobstructed. Their dog is with them and makes a noise that points them back toward that first calf that they had tagged. And the dog indicates that something's wrong. And they see the mom cow is dragging its leg and going around in a semicircle. It's in distress. They go running back over there, and this calf had been completely stripped of flesh. Nothing left but a hide and bone. And one of the femur bones had been ripped out and thrown on the side. Well, they call in the NIDS guys. They bring in trackers. There are no tracks. There's no human tracks, no vehicle tracks, no animal tracks. The thing had been completely stripped of blood. There's not a drop of blood on the ground. It's gone. 75 pounds of meat gone. Again,
Over a time period of
30 minutes. Is there a team of commandos that comes in and does that?
where's
Special
the blood
forces?
go?
Yeah.
And there's evidence of this?
Yeah. It's on video.
Photographs?
Yeah, video. Yeah.
Can we see that?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I
You know where that
made
is?
a movie called Hunt for the Skinwalker. It's in there, right? Is that the only place?
Yeah, it's probably some other places. There's photos and video.
I mean, so I'm with you, man.
What's
Yeah.
the speculation about? Like, why would they do this, and why would they do the cattle mutilations? Like, what is?
Yeah.
Is there any speculation?
Some. So some of it is a demonstration. I mean, it seemed to be a demonstration to get their attention. This trickster element has been reported in other places around the world. There's no hotspot quite like Skinwalker, and I know how weird it sounds. There's no spot like that because there's no spot that's been studied to that extent. The NIDS guys were there for, Bigelow owned the property for 20 years. NIDS was active for 7 or 8. Then another secret study funded by the government came in under an organization called BASS. That was the money that Reed got. He got $22 million. It went to Bigelow as a contract, and they hired all these people and fanned out all over the world to try to find UFO information, but other related phenomena, things that wouldn't seem normally to be connected to UFOs, but which are. A guy from the DIA had read the book and became interested, and he asked for permission to go to the property. This guy's a double PhD, a brilliant rocket scientist who had seen it and thought there were national security implications, the hole in the sky in particular, with things coming in and out. He wondered if someone was using technology to make these
Did
things
they film
happen.
that hole in the sky?
No.
No.
Again, that's when the rancher is there by himself. So
Right.
he's not a UFO guy. He's not trying to
I
document.
understand. But is there any evidence of anything weird? Anything other than mutilated cows?
Well, let's see. The video of the camera that was torn up by something invisible. They had something that
So in the video you can see the camera being torn apart?
you can't see anything. There's nothing. You can't see anything. You can see before it happens, it's normal, and afterward,
So I think
How much time is taking place between before and after?
I can't remember. But I mean, could that be hoaxed? Yeah, if Bigelow wanted to. But again, they weren't there in the beginning at least, for NIDS, they weren't there to try to prove that aliens are visiting. They're just trying to figure out why all this weird stuff is happening in one spot.
Right.
It mixes in a lot of Native American lore that got mixed in the picture, but it's been going on in that Uinta Basin for 200 years. Why? Don't know.
I mean, our government has studied so like, what is evidence? It's so frustrating to me too. When I was introduced to the Skinwalker thing through George, man, I'm with you. Like, what's the evidence? What's going on? The weight of evidence is when we talk to people in the area, and they all have these commonalities. Some people died of exotic cancers from burns from above where lights came down and hit them, and that's evidence. Their face is completely irradiated, and they fucking died.
So there's the cow.
That's the camp. Yeah.
So you have a scientist like Dr. Colin Kelleher.
Hold on for a second. That's where they found it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yes.
Just what in the fuck can... That is so crazy. Now, did they scan the area to look for another spot where it could have been slaughtered before it was moved to this area?
Well, that's what they concluded, is it had to have been taken somewhere and slaughtered and then brought back. But
Jamie,
who
can you
does
make
that?
that a little larger, please? Can you just zoom in on that? Because that doesn't look very surgical to me. That looks like wolves.
Yeah, there's no...
Just
They actually did an analysis, and it was done with 2 types of metallic tools.
But look at all the jagged edges.
They said they took samples and they sent them to 2 pathology labs. Didn't tell the guys what they're looking for. You tell us what you can see. And the pathologist said that 2 instruments had been used. One was a heavy machete type instrument that had been hacked, and then there is a scalpel that had surgically removed a lot of the flesh underneath.
It looks like something killed it and then they moved it to that spot. I mean, if I had to guess, the way it's eaten, though, I mean, it looks like it was eaten.
Well, there's no teeth marks. There are metallic marks. There's no teeth mark.
Meaning they
like
found
a sliced.
Okay.
And
so something sharp sliced it.
So I think the bigger point is this was happening on this ranch with owners prior to owners prior to owners. I got to talk to a lot of people that knew. So here's the deal, the connection of this. So George does this thing. He reports on this for 20 years. The government is now studying this ranch, right, because of deployment or because of all this weird stuff. Why is the government spending money through OSAP to study this ranch and other things? And that's where it gets really fucking interesting. What happens after with our government programs? And that's what you know.
This is before we get to that. This image, like the jagged edges around the rib cage, that's supposedly sliced. That looks like hacked. Okay.
I mean, look, it could, let's say it's people doing this, to farmers to get them out of there. Let's say it's some program. I mean, although the cattle mutilation thing, you gave me a stack of documents this big, has been studied by the FBI. It's happened all over the country.
Yeah.
No one has ever been caught. Not a single person.
More than 10,000 cases.
With all the same types of cuts. I mean, this is not my expertise.
No, I've seen a lot of that. It's really weird.
There is another
really
theory.
Weird, and the lack of blood is the weirdest part of it. Because what makes sense to me is that something killed that. They butchered it. They chopped all the meat off of it, and then they removed the carcass from that area and dropped it off there.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, if I had to guess.
That's what NIDS thinks.
There's no way that it was killed right there because you're seeing fresh, clean hay underneath it everywhere. There's no blood, which doesn't make any sense at all.
I think the question is this a government program? Is this something, or is this a scare tactic? It's been happening since the 50s. Like, what
it's
is...
a weird scare tactic. Click on that one below it, Jamie, the brown one with the green. Yeah, that one, please. Thank you. That's a weird one, too. Like, there's like a hole cut out. And there's a bunch of these they found all over the country, and weirdness, like organs removed. But the weirdest part about it is it's almost always there's no blood.
Yeah, I just investigated one, which I never thought I would do, but I got a call from a guy in Texas.
You got to see it physically?
Yeah, so right before lockdown, I go out and I'm like, this is so wild, I got to check this out. The guy calls me, it's a pretty freshy one at this point. Now, I'm no expert, but I went and got samples and took them to labs and this sort of thing to see if there were tools used. So here's my experience.
Did you get pictures of this?
Yeah, I filmed the whole thing.
You have it on your phone?
I'll show you after I got it on my phone, yeah. So I got great fucking photos. Weird
Well,
shit.
listen, man, just airdrop them to me now. We'll send them to Jamie, and we'll put it up on the screen so other people can see it.
Okay, so let me...
Yeah, after the show is not going to help us.
While you're
Come
looking,
on,
I'll tell
silly
him about one of the theories about the cattle mutilations that Dr. Colin Kelleher developed was that somebody is tracking the spread of like mad cow prions through the food supply, and that they've been doing it under the guise of UFOs. Since no one would take UFOs and cattle mutilation seriously, they just do it in helicopters, and instead of just stealing these cattle, they're tracking how far these indestructible prions travel through the food supply, because it's in cattle, it's in pigs, it gets fed into chickens and things of that in feed, it's in deer. It's called chronic wasting disease in some circles. It's just weird.
Well, chronic wasting disease that's a different prion disease than mad cow.
Well,
right?
it's a variation. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, I think, too. So the same kinds of things in different species. It is indestructible again. So you hit a deer that's got this, and you grind it up and you feed it to pigs. The pigs get it.
Yeah.
And then it could be passed on to other species, and it shows up in different ways. Kelleher was exploring the idea, whether or not it might be the cause of Alzheimer's or a version of mad cow in humans.
Do you
They're all going to you right now. This is a recent. Oh, it says downloading. So okay. I'm downloading them, and then
right. Are you on the Wi-Fi?
No, but it's coming through. Here you go. It's about to go to you. It says waiting.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Boom.
I mean, I guess this does highlight, because this is my very limited amount of...
Can you send those to Jamie, too? Jamie, keep your airdrop on?
AirDrop, Jamie?
Sorry. Should have had you do that right away. It's ready to roll. His airdrop is open.
I don't see you, bro.
Bro.
Hold on. There you go, young Jamie.
So this is the stuff that you physically encountered.
Okay.
You physically saw this cow, and I'm
Yes.
looking at these images right now, and we're going to show them
Sure.
in a second. And this is you said Texas?
Yeah. So
Where in Texas?
oh gosh, what was the name of it in the Panhandle? I'm blanking. So here's the deal. Oh yeah, that's it. So I made the movie based on George's work of the same title, Hunt for the Skinwalker, right? And that movie was telling this story about how the United States government was studying this property of land because of UFOs and weird stuff. That and weird stuff included things like cattle.
Pull up this one. There's a lot of weird images, man. This the skin removed around the face.
Right. So this was
leaving the skull.
this is my first chance to see this for myself, because last time I was on your show, it was the ones in Oregon had just happened up at that ranch, and I thought, well, okay, if I'm ever going to do it, now's the time to do it. So I go, I get this call. Now, remind you, this is a rancher. This is their livelihood. It's this huge, huge area of land.
That right there. Stop right there.
They're a very religious community. We go out to the middle of this land, and in the middle, there's this dead cow.
No blood.
No blood. And he had seen it prior, and the reason he called me is because in my movie, you could see this special kind of slice, like a jagged slice that is common to these types of things they think are real mutilations. And he is looking at it. He's like, that's exactly like in the movie. Now, this is a straight shooter. He's a religious guy. He had to ask his pastor if he could even go on camera with me. It freaks him out. So he sees this. Now, he sees dead animals all the time.
And he saw this cow, you said, before?
Accidentally, he was out shooting BB guns with his kid, and he's on this big part of land, and he sees this down bull, and he goes over to it, and he's looking at it, and it's unlike anything he has ever seen in all of his years before. It had surgical cuts. There is no doubt somebody killed, cut up this animal with those classic, like the ear gone, two types of tools, like a scissor type. But by the way, I tried to cut it. It is not easy to cut. So they had sharp tools, and then there's like a very thin slice kind of cut. So I got to take it, get samples, take them to labs, and try to see what type of tools did this. How did they do this with no blood on the ground? And all the soil around it was dead. So I was like, well, why is it all dead? Is that a natural thing? So I took soil samples and took them to a lab. And again, I'm outside of my... This is weird to me.
Okay.
But I think it's a real phenomenon. Somebody is killing these animals.
Someone.
However you want to say it. Someone is killing these animals in a highly specified technical way that has been repeated since the 50s on. Our FBI has studied it. He has shown me so many reports of these in association with discs, saucers.
Did this guy have any association with discs or saucers or anything?
No, he's just a guy that owns the land.
So he just found this cattle that's weirdly mutilated.
Somebody killed it.
Yeah.
And he's like, is this demonic? Is this some sort of Satanist thing? And I said, I don't think so, man. This goes back in history.
Like, I'm looking at the cuts specifically. They're very unimpressive. Well, that doesn't look like a laser did it or some incredibly sharp scalpel.
No, it was like a serrated. One was a serrated tool, and the other.
That's the thing I'm saying. It's like something that we could do.
Oh, absolutely. We'd have to somehow do it though in Texas land, where the guy would shoot you in the face if you go and try to touch one of his cows. See, that's the other thing. No one's ever been caught. Never.
That's what's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's frustrating too.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to the ranch, the Skinwalker Ranch in the Basin, more than 24 times. I've never seen anything. I've interviewed the neighbors. I've interviewed the scientists. These are PhD level guys who had seen this stuff. A lot of times they have cameras that fail. I mean, it's, you've heard that story before, and it's very convenient that it happens just when some giant disc shows up. But it does happen, that their car batteries would die in the same spot. Whatever it was messed with them. And maybe it's humans. Maybe it is human technology. But no humans were ever found to be doing this stuff. NIDS was there for all those years. They didn't want to tell anybody about it. They shared the information with me, but you can't publish it. There's no real physical proof, so they just left it there. And I had tried to do a documentary. I talked to them into letting me write a book about it. But, if if you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, they don't have it. You know?
What's the primary? Are there any primary theories of why they do this to cows? Why someone's doing this to cows?
You know,
You need to catch somebody and
Yeah.
ask them. I mean,
Yeah.
That's really
Look, man,
really weird that no one's been caught. I mean, that's
investigate
so
the
weird.
unexplained. Don't explain the uninvestigated. That's what he
Yeah.
always says.
Yeah.
And it's like I wouldn't think I would ever be interested in this, but someone calls you and says they got a fresh cattle mutilation and they're associated with the UFO phenomenon. Sure, I'm gonna look into it. What I find more interesting is what's happening now with the government study that started here at Skinwalker Ranch, OSAP, the one that was in the New York Times, and where the information is going now. These are new times. Things are starting to drop to the public.
And what is starting to drop?
Well, the Skinwalker story, lack of physical evidence though there may be, comes to the attention of the Defense Intelligence Agency. This guy, this scientist who sees it, he goes to Bigelow. They go visit the property. He looks around. He has an experience. He's not there 15 or 20 minutes and something appears inside a house that only he can see. He doesn't say anything about it. He goes back to Washington, meets with Harry Reid in a skiff in the Capitol and 2 other U.S. senators. He presents them the proposal for a study of UFOs and related phenomena, not just like ATIP, looking at flying saucers that encounter U.S. military, but something more expansive. They put out a contract. Bigelow bids on it, creates an organization called BASS, again, puts together a team of experts, 50 or 60 employees, and they start studying it. They go around the world. They interact with other governments. They get their files. They send out teams to hotspots to try to figure it out, looking at whether there are connections between what we'd call flying saucers, possible aliens, and all these other different phenomena. The program goes on for a couple of years, and somebody yanks the funding. And get this, the reason that the DIA suddenly became worried about all this weirdness that was being reported at Skinwalker and elsewhere is because they thought it was demonic. And they thought, if this comes out that we're studying this weird phenomena, A, it's going to end up on the front page of the New York Times, which it did, and B, we might be invoking Satan in here. These were fundamentalist Christians in the Pentagon who pulled the money because they thought it was the devil. I'm not making that up.
That's hilarious.
And the program it now continues. They keep reporting that it's stopped. It hasn't stopped. The U.S. military has been studying UFOs since the beginning in every branch of our military. They continue to do so. And now every time they get caught in a lie, so it is continuing. Tell them about it.
It is continuing. So OSAP's money was taken away, but the ATIP program, which was what Lou Elizondo headed up, that looked just at military UFO encounters, continued. Pentagon says it was ended. It did not. It continued for a couple of years, and after the New York Times story comes out and creates this furor, it got funding, and it now has a structured organization, and it is looking into cases where the U.S. military sees these things. And off the coast of Virginia, they've been seeing this stuff. I think Fravor talked about it when he was here, these beach balls with cubes inside of them. And they were sitting there for hours off the coast, right where our warplanes would go out for training exercises, as if they wanted to be seen. And it went on. There were 70 or 80 witnesses during 2015, 2016, pilots. Some of them were willing to talk about it, some weren't. It continues to this day. Now the program is on more solid footing. Now Congress has been informed, and they want to expand it and get more information. We are told the New York Times is working on another follow-up story to look into reports of what Lazar said, crash retrievals, reverse engineering, the existence of these metamaterials, bits and pieces that Grandpa had stashed in a barn somewhere, whether it's Roswell or other alleged crashes. They're taking it seriously to figure out if there's something about these materials that we could not have created. So the BASS program, the OSAP program, created a baseline of what we know about the state of our technology right now in different disciplines, lift and propulsion, things of that sort. They commissioned 38 papers that would be the baseline for what the state of human knowledge was in 2009. And those papers were published on an internal Department of Defense website, but they've never been made public. 6 of them have now leaked out, and I brought along 2 more for you that have not been made public.
So these are like scientific reports based on the government study of UFOs. Okay, so they commissioned these papers. Only a handful have been released to the public. George happens to have
A couple
few
more. So you're going to be the first person outside of the program other than me to see it.
What does it
They're
say?
called a DIRD. This is a Defense Intelligence Reference Document. This paper is on metamaterials. So how you could engineer existing Earth materials where you could duplicate what you're seeing up there. None of these papers, two of them actually, mention aliens or UFOs. They're strictly on what the state of our knowledge is or was as of 2009.
And they reference aliens and UFOs?
Only two of the papers do.
And how do they reference them?
Well, there's one of the papers that looks at the physical effects of people that come into contact with these unknown craft. And it's sort of like the effects of radiation or microwaves. There are physical effects, hundreds of cases that have been investigated, and that's what that paper looks at. And that's already out there.
Yeah, the harm that is done to the body, what they call close proximity to a UAP, which is a UFO. There are known effects to the human body that are horrible, and there was a study that focused on the witnesses they do know had close encounters, like military people, and then how it negatively impacted their body. So each of these reports, as he obtains them or as people find them, they're very illuminating to what our government knows.
There was one that looked at how you would track a hypersonic vehicle traveling through space. How difficult would it be? Now, it doesn't say UFOs, but it's looking at things that really travel fast that are coming in from space into our atmosphere. How would you track that? Now, when that paper was written in 2009, we didn't have hypersonic weapons. Now, the Russians claim they've got them. And now it's very timely because we're in a rush to develop those things. So that was one of the papers that I made public last year, and I interviewed the engineering professor who wrote it. He wasn't writing about UFOs. He was writing about the state of knowledge about hypersonic weapon systems back then. It's a similar thing for metamaterials. That's what this paper is how would you engineer materials so you could travel through space that would have, say you shoot it with microwaves, and it could develop certain special properties.
And
so
just to put into context maybe, because, here's the deal. Our government has now admitted there are UFOs. That's the world we're living in. They're unidentified objects or craft that seem to outpace, outmaneuver, actively jam our radar systems, even go over our military installations of high sensitivity. There are incursions. All of this is now said. It's a different world we're living in. However, the next thing that people are talking about now is, well, we also have materials. We'll call them metamaterials. Materials associated with UFO craft. They might even go as far as to say we have whole materials, craft, from somewhere else.
So when they're saying we have materials associated from crafts, are they saying that they have a crash?
Yes. Hal Puthoff, who was a physicist who worked with Bigelow on both NIDS and BASS, made a presentation in Las Vegas in June of 2018 where he says, yeah, we've got these materials, and we're trying to figure out where they came from and how they were engineered, because some of them appear to be multi-layered that are beyond what is known engineering capabilities of humans. It looks like they would have had to been made in, say, zero gravity of space, and we don't have any manufacturing plants up there. He implied that they came from crashes. Doesn't mean it's a UFO from Zeta Reticuli. It's crashed from somewhere, and we don't know whose it is. So they're trying to figure out whether we can duplicate it or not. And they got a bunch of samples. And
Have you seen any of this stuff?
No, I haven't seen it. Bigelow and Hal have.
Have you?
I've seen what people claim. So the Army now has these metamaterials that were famously put in through actually the Coast to Coast show.
Right.
It was called Arts Parts. I told you this last time. I did. I was able to obtain them briefly and have 5 scientists from New Mexico that I knew, material scientists, physicists, interrogate, as they say, the samples for numerous days. I don't believe that I had access to the best equipment. We didn't find anything extraordinary. Other people have. So right now the Army has...
So but when you say you didn't find anything extraordinary, did you find anything ordinary?
No, they weren't ordinary.
These are the materials here?
That's the exact one of the exact pieces that I had in my hands and worked on with my team, and I filmed it all. But right now, because of TTSA, they've made a deal with the Army, and I think the Army has these parts. But I feel like we're missing the big note here. The big note is, a few years ago, UFOs are still laughable. Military doesn't look after that. Turns out we have programs that do. I'm suspecting, and maybe you can talk more about it, that the next piece of information is that there are reverse engineering programs, which will then make everybody have to look at Lazar's story a little bit differently once again. If we admit that we are trying to reverse engineer either materials or actual craft from somewhere else, intelligently designed metals or craft from somewhere else. If there are crash retrieval programs for vehicles we don't know where they're from, that's going to make me look at Bob's story even more differently.
Right, but isn't that a big if? I mean, if they've
It's an interesting time.
it is, but I mean, there's no indication that they're willing to discuss some retrieved craft, right?
Yeah, I
Is
think
there?
that's a heavy lift. So supposedly the New York Times is working on that story. I think it'd be pretty hard for
More
them
than supposedly they are.
Yeah, they are. They've been asking people about this stuff, but I mean, to get that into print, to get it past their editors, that's a hard deal, hard sell.
Alleged extraterrestrial material from the bottom of a wedge-shaped craft in the late 1940s made of 26 alternating layers, 1 to 4 microns dark bismuth. Is that how you say that?
Bismuth.
Bismuth. And 100 to 200 microns of silver, magnesium, zinc alloy. Each of the 6 pieces received from the U.S. Army source were formed with a curvature that tapered.
So basically, they're saying there's no process that we know of that would create this alloy layered in that type of layer system. I actually have a piece out about this.
Isn't that kind of how they did samurai swords?
Ooh, that's cool. The
Yeah,
folding in the middle.
I'm not sure that this
Yeah.
is alien of any kind, but it is of unknown origin. And
Well, Jacques Vallée has like 20, as I said last, Jacques fucking Vallée, he's got like 27 samples of things associated with crash retrieval.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody has an archive of this stuff that's being scientifically interrogated right now, and his studies do show isotopic ratios that are not from this earth, so he's confident with his research. My big point,
He's confident with his research of what?
well, you should talk with Jacques, but he
Right, but what is he confident of that you can say
that he has alloys that came from UFO crashes or
Mhm.
runoff.
Has
from,
anybody independently analyzed those things
Yeah,
and
he's
agreed
got a
with
whole
him?
yeah, he's
Yeah,
got a presentation, he says.
whole teams of people.
Well, how come this isn't like public knowledge? Why
You
isn't this in the New York Times?
You got to talk with Jacques, whether you have him as a guest or not. You should talk with
How
him.
old is Jacques now?
He's getting up there because
He's in his 80s,
Yeah.
I think. Here's-
I would probably have to go to him, right, with a hazmat
he's-
suit
no,
on.
good
he's
shape.
a
Where's
strong
he at?
dude. He's a strong dude.
Where is he
San Francisco.
specifically? No.
Yeah. What's the address? Yeah.
Here's the thing. This program is ongoing. It doesn't have to find aliens. There are legitimate national security reasons to be looking at who's flying these craft. These
Right.
things are still being seen over our military installations, and our Pentagon wants to know who's flying them. And that's a perfectly legitimate inquiry, regardless of little green men. No one wants to say there at the Pentagon that we're investigating UFOs and aliens. They're just investigating where did these things come from? Are they a threat? Can we duplicate that technology? If the Russians or the Chinese get this stuff before we do, if they can do what the Tic Tac did, it's a game changer. So they want to know whose it is and how we can duplicate it. And that is a perfectly legitimate inquiry whether they're aliens or not.
What is the most compelling piece of physical evidence to you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we have physical evidence other than if Bob Lazar's story is true, we've got craft out there that we didn't make. I mean, the idea that we have stuff that we're reverse engineering to figure out how it was made, that would be the clincher.
I remember reading about J. Allen Hynek when he was running Project Blue Book. Now, he initially started it with the intent to debunk all of these stories and come up with some sort of rational explanation that you could pass off to the general public.
Swamp
And
gas.
as time went on, he became a believer. And I thought that was really fascinating. And then after Project Blue Book closed, he was very open and public about it.
I'll give you one of his cases from Project Blue Book. It's April 18th, 1962. The original explanation is it's a meteor. It comes into an atmosphere over Cuba. It goes all the way up the east coast of the U.S. When it gets to New York, it turns left. It takes a left turn, goes all the way across the United States. At a couple of places, it slows down. It's picked up on radar. Jets are chased after it. They can't catch it. It keeps on going. It gets to Utah. There's a little town called Eureka, and it lands. Lands in Utah, knocks out the power to the whole town. Then it takes off again. That's a heck of a meteor. It gets over near Mesquite, Nevada, and explodes. And this thing, the explosion was seen for hundreds of miles. They saw it in Las Vegas and Reno. I had interviewed a team that went out there to look for pieces. They thought it might have been an airplane that exploded. Supposedly never found it. A meteor that travels, takes a left turn, slows down, lands, takes off again. That's like no meteor I ever heard of. But J. Allen Hynek's team from Blue Book in their files, that's how they explained it away.
The best evidence for me, because look, I'm just curious about this. This is just one of those places where all the answers aren't there. I want to know, man. So the best evidence for me, because I asked that same question to everybody, it's the fact that we're being lied to. That alone, we can prove that. We can prove that our government intelligence agencies have actively partaked in lying to us about the UFO subject. That there are craft of unknown origin that fly with impunity in our airspace globally and throughout history. And so the fact that they are lying and have been lying, that makes me, I'm like, why are you lying to me then? I want to find out. So for me, that's the greatest evidence that there's scientific studies on this stuff. And everybody's hush the fuck hush about it. Why? Is it like North Korea had leapfrogged us 50 years ago, so all of a sudden, that's our enemy? I mean, who is operating this craft that comes in from outer space, drops down to sea level, docks, like the Tic Tac was docking with a USO, an underwater craft, and it outpaces our military jets? You got to be dead to not be curious about this. So that's the greatest evidence to me, is the fact we've been lied to as an American population, and we're just starting to peel back layers that this shit is real, and our military's worried about it.
Well, if we haven't been lied to, at the very least, they haven't felt it. Well, if they don't have real evidence other than this stuff that we're discussing, if this is all they have, I don't know what they would tell the general public.
Totally.
That's also part of the problem.
Yes. What do you say?
Yeah.
As I said, this is an amazing time. We're getting closer to knowing what the government knows, but that doesn't mean we'd have an answer.
Right.
I don't think they know either.
That was always my take on it. It was like, why would they talk to the government? Like, if you came from another planet and you were looking at us weird territorial chimps with nuclear weapons, why would you pick one group and talk to them as opposed to just the general public? Why would you elected leaders? Would they really be important to you? Like, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I never really bought into the stories that there'd been a formal meetings or anything. I think the government is as clueless as the rest of us. They have more information because they have the sensors to collect it. They have a giant apparatus, sensors that detect things coming in and out of space, and radar. Somewhere there's a giant pile of information that we haven't been able to see. But it doesn't mean that it answers the question. This thing has been with humans throughout history. And it's always just tantalizingly out of reach. It used to be golden shields, and then it'd be swords and flaming chariots, and now it's flying saucers. And it looks like technology that maybe we could someday achieve, but it's always out of reach, and I think it will remain out of reach.
Well, there's one thing that Bob talked about from some of the documents that he had been given when he was working at S4 was that they had actually taken apart in engineering human beings. And that is, to me, like, if you wanted to say, like, what's the thing that's going to get people to roll their eyes the most? Well, you would say, well, that the aliens came down here and they got a hold of the lower hominids and they accelerated the evolutionary process and they created human beings. A lot of people would go, get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. But if you look at people, one of the weird things about people is how much we vary. We're so different. Like, not like any other animal. Like, other than dogs. And dogs are the way they are because we've fucked with them. Because we manipulated them. We are the dogs of the rest of the world. I mean, if you really think about it, we're so different than every other primate. There's not even anything close to us. And I know there were some other human species, was how do you say it, the Denovians, right? There's Neanderthals, Homo floresiensis, which was those little hobbit people.
Yeah.
There'd have been a bunch of other humanoids. But nothing that came close to what we are. And if you look at ancient primates and us, the leap between them and us is so quick. The doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is just bonkers. Like, they don't know why. They don't know what happened. They have no idea. But if that really is what happened, if they said, listen, they're going to get there, but we can help. Like, let's just jump in, because these things, like, look, chimps are still chimps, right? They're still murdering each other. They're still tearing monkeys apart and eating them alive.
they're still doing the same things they've been doing for thousands and thousands of years, whereas we're living in condominiums and watching cable. It's like whatever has happened to humans has happened. So the advancement is so unique. It's so different than any other animal. If we really have been visited since the beginning of time, since history, if all those biblical stories and all the stories from the Bhagavad Gita and all these ancient texts that do talk about vimanas and flying crafts and beings that come down from upon high, if all that really is aliens intervening with the biological evolution of human beings, how fucking weird are we?
Yeah.
If you think about how weird we are, period, maybe that would kind of explain it, that we're some stupid science experiment.
Well, people say, I want disclosure. I want to know. We're ready. We can handle it. Are you sure?
You can't handle the truth.
Are you sure you can handle it? Because we don't know exactly what it is that can be disclosed, but what if it turns out that we're an agricultural product? That we are being harvested for something, or we're being allowed to breed and kind of a science experiment. Let's see where this goes. And then when it's time to end the experiment, I'm not sure people can handle it. Look at how they've handled COVID.
Well, look, if you would think about if aliens coming down and interfering with weapon systems and interfering with nuclear launch codes and things along those lines, like if you think about the uptick in alien sightings and activity post Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that would kind of make sense. Like, all right, these fucking dickheads, they've gotten to a point where they can do some really crazy shit, and they literally might ruin this whole thing.
They figured out how to light the match.
Like if you take this primate, this animal, and you embed it with the superior or at least more evolutionary advanced genetics, and you manipulate it to a point where you make it weaker but smarter, far more curious, and obsessed with innovation, you can just leave it there. Well, it's just a matter of time. Like, how much is that time? Is it 1,000 years? Is it 10,000 years? Over time, they're going to figure out some crazy shit because they're just going to keep working together like they do. And then, boom, bombs go off. And they're like, all right, we got a signal. These crazy fucks have figured out how to split the atom. We got to get down there and keep a closer eye on these people.
I'm open to that possibility of that being the case. It's
Not
weird.
the craziest idea.
No, there's crazier ones being put out today. Just
Look, the Big Bang is the craziest idea. We all agree on that. That's the craziest thing. The whole universe came out of nothing.
Right.
Smaller than the head of a pin, instantaneously creates everything you see in the night sky. Okay.
The technology that shows up that may be reverse engineered or craft or bits and pieces. I sometimes equate it with, we're aliens. Let's throw a cell phone into a chimpanzee cage. Here, have at it. See how you do for a while. I don't know that we're ever going to figure this stuff out.
Well, more than that, it would be like, let's take a chimpanzee and let's manipulate its brain and leave him with a bunch of tools. Give it some things and see what it comes up with, and then come back and try again. Maybe Neanderthal was like, well, they're not going to get any further past this. Like this project, we need to scrap it. Start with something new. I don't think that's not. Look, we do weird shit to animals. We study them. I was just talking to a friend of mine about zoos, about how bummed out I was when I went to this wolf sanctuary because everybody's like, oh, it's amazing. You get to see these wolves that they've rescued. I got there, I saw a bunch of castrated wolves that were living in prison. I didn't think it was cool at all. It freaked me out. I got really depressed. I think what you look at what we're willing to do to chimps. I remember going to I forget, maybe it was Denver. I forget where it was, the zoo. But there was a zoo where there was this monkey that was in a cage that was screaming. Just scream like he was going crazy. It was a small cage, and people were walking around. He's like, wah! And I was like, he's probably going mad. This is not how a monkey's supposed to live. They're supposed to be in the jungle, in the wild, harvesting food and living with other monkeys. They're not supposed to be alone in a cage where these other weird primates walk by and stare at it, and it just overwhelms all of its defense systems and survival systems. We're willing to do that to things that we know are at least slightly intelligent. Like, what would be willing to do weirder, more advanced experiments to primates to create us.
And how do you tell a population, if you do study UFOs as the government and you find out, okay, shit, they're a craft and they're coming in, they're probably studying us. Like, how do you fucking tell people that? Like, how are people going to react? And the way that it's so compartmentalized, that's been the best proof to me as well. If I've talked to somebody who's worked on a project and they're like, all I saw was a supercapacitor in 1974, and I know this was not something we made. He was told nothing else. He just saw a technology that was more efficient than anything he had ever seen. So the idea that people are funneling this information, whoever is funneling it, and protecting this information, as we see how OSAP and ATIP didn't get special access permission, that's a special type of program. They knew about crash retrieval programs, so they said, we want to compare notes and information with other UFO projects. They were denied access.
Yeah, the door was slammed in their face when they tried to ask that. Senator Reid, who was Senate Majority Leader, had asked for permission to create it as an SAP, Special Access Program, so they could get access to other goodies, and they said no.
Like other retrieval programs, material programs, stuff that Bob has talked about. So just the fact that it's so hidden, even within its own mechanism, that they won't allow this scientific team to work on this project, it tells me, as Robbie says, something's up. I mean, something's up.
Well, that was one of the weirder things about Bob's description of Area S4, about how compartmentalized everything was. About, one group worked on metallurgy, the other group worked on propulsion, and they didn't share information.
It pissed him off so bad, man.
Well, it was the way he described best is that scientific research, the way you progress is everybody works together. And it doesn't happen in a vacuum. So they were literally trying to do scientific research without the scientific method. They were trying to withhold information from them and only get them to concentrate on one aspect of this project without the whole group coming together and getting some sort of a comprehensive understanding of what these things are.
Bob said he wasn't the most qualified person to do the job either. That freaked him out. And he didn't have the right materials even.
Well, I think they probably, let's assume they are alien spacecraft. They probably knew that no one was qualified. They probably knew that we just really have no idea, especially if they had been working on these things for decades, like Bob assumed they had been. They probably had gone through the best scientists that they could, and they realized, look, no one has any idea. Let's get this out-of-the-box weirdo who puts jet engines in Hondas. Let's get some look, there's a lot of very strange people out there that are incredibly intelligent that, might not fit into your standard educational, bundle or category of research scientist or whatever. He might just be a weirdo who likes to shoot guns and make hydrogen-powered Corvettes. Like, maybe that's the kind of guy that's going to see something that maybe other folks haven't seen yet.
I think that's entirely possible. It's also possible that they used him to discredit the idea of crash retrievals forever. Let's bring this guy in, show him some stuff, let him spout it out, then we'll cut his legs off.
Yeah, but the problem is the reason why he spouted it out was, it was so clear that they had nothing to do with that. It was his wife having an affair, and he had top secret clearance. Because he has top secret clearance, they're monitoring all of his phone calls. They find out that the wife is banging her flight instructor. And so they say, listen, this guy's going to be unstable. We can't have him work there anymore. They suspend his working privileges, and he freaks out. And then he takes people to see the launch sites. He takes a look. They do this at a certain time period every week. I'm going to take you down there. He takes his friends down there. They get busted. They get arrested. It's just the actual verifiable facts of his being caught, the whole phone call thing, the fact that his wife was having the affair. There's no way they're playing that kind of 4D chess. This is the fucking government. They're too goofy.
If I found out that Bob Lazar was lying to the world, I would be the first person to tell you. There's no reason I wouldn't. That was the whole reason I got interested. That's why I contacted George back in the day. I wanted to know if he was fucking making it up with Bob. And I'll attest to you, for whatever you value my opinion at, I have been with Bob in his life, met everybody, his family. The closer you get to his inner circle, the more you understand that he's telling the truth. And never once have I found something where I'm like, you're a fucking liar. Never once.
It's a weird thing. Like, the only thing that people kept pointing to in the podcast was that he was getting migraines.
But dude,
and I was
he
like,
had a
look,
migraine.
he had migraines. He had migraines earlier the day. I mean, it wasn't, and you could tell he would stop and he would wince. And, you know, he just didn't like the idea that he was going to do this thing that he knew that millions and millions of people were going to see him talk about this for hours and hours. And he knew it was all going to come back up again. All the investigation, all the people fucking with him, all the attention that he had avoided. Another important point is this is not a guy who profited off of this story.
No.
This guy told this story for 31 years and didn't profit off of it.
The migraine might have been the McDonald's. His wife was furious at me because when I brought him over, I was like, just get some in your stomach, man. So I think it was bad food.
Well,
But
it could have been that and the pressure, but the
it wa-
pressure is
the
not
pressure was deep because
innocuous.
he didn't know you. He didn't know if
Yeah.
you were just gonna start asking him about his wife cheating on him, and it's like
Right.
it's stressful, man.
Listen, I get it, man. I mean, that was one of the good reasons why we had dinner the night before with my buddy Andrew Schultz, and I brought Andrew along too because he's a really smart guy. And I said, just please, just pay attention to this motherfucker. Tell me what you see. Just if you see some bullshit, if you see some weirdness, let me know.
What'd he say?
Nothing. He said, I don't know. He
Yeah.
goes, if that guy's telling the truth, that is fucking crazy. You know, because Andrew's a comic, but a really good one and a really smart
He's
guy.
smart, yeah.
So I just wanted, again, outside the box, have some guy who's not obsessed with UFOs at all, have him come. And, and Andrew asked a bunch of questions.
Andrew was at the bar before when Bob and I arrived. We go up to the bar. I didn't know who Andrew was, right? And then Joe walks in, hey, Andrew, and he had been sitting right next to us. So if Joe was putting spies out, that was a good move. But that it's so frustrating. It's fun, and I think I would have stopped. But George's been doing this 30 years. It's like you always get one step forward. And look, we all want to know if this stuff is true, but the weight of the evidence is so heavy now with the government programs and everything that you've been involved with. It's just an exciting time. And I think I learned more in this last year than all the time before. And I think that's going to continue. I don't think we're all of a sudden going to say, okay, this doesn't matter anymore. If this is real.
Yeah.
I'm not counting on any answers anytime soon. We may know more about what the government knows, but that's not the ultimate answer. I mean, what if it turns out these are not aliens? They live here. There's some other intelligence that we can't see. They can reach in like rats in a cage and pull us out once in a while or do experiments to us, and it's their planet. And we're living in this tiny slice of reality and don't realize what's going on around us.
There's a UFO. There's a UFC fighter, a woman named Angela Hill. She's a badass, and her grandfather is Barney Hill.
Oh shit!
Shit! And I didn't know until after the podcast. Her and I did a podcast together, just talking about her fighting career. And then at the end of it, she goes, "Oh, there's one thing I forgot to bring up." This is like after the show's over. I'm like, "What? How did you forget to bring that up? That is so crazy." Her grandfather is one of the most important characters in the history of UFO abduction. Betty and Barney Hill, who were a couple in New Hampshire.
Yes.
Maine or New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. And they get abducted and through hypnotic regression tell this crazy story of they lost time, their car stops, this UFO shows up, and then they have this classic abduction story that we have